54957. Decorum. The governing board is interested in the ideas and opinions of all stakeholders and endeavors to incorporate community views into its deliberations and decisions. At the same time, it must be able to conduct its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Furthermore, in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code Section 54957.9, audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law. The public's understanding and cooperation are appreciated. I do have several greeting speakers cards. They are all on the same subject, so please be very mindful of using your 3 minutes because we will time out on the 20-minute topic time frame if we don't respect other people's time. So the timer is in front of me. It says 3 minutes, and when it goes off, if you could please allow the next speaker to come up, that would be wonderful. All right, so we're going to start with Gregory Rice, who is going to be speaking on band program needs.
Thank you for a chance to speak. Can you hear me okay?
If you could hit the speaker on. There you go.
Okay, now it's on?
Yeah.
It really comes down to what's the value of music. And if you look in history, the first communication was people pounding on rocks, people pounding on drums. That's where music started. It goes through the ages. And also they say the power is in the power of the pen. However, if you say something or write something, for example, let there be light, music can transform that into being uplifting and almost spiritual. To the music comes in, it's mystical. You vision that it is clouds or foggy. Or if it is drum beats and really deep and intense, it can actually be that you think it's thunder, lightning, or a war. And it's transformed. So music is actually the most powerful tool you have. It can transform thousands of people into an uplifting mood and be beneficial to communities and the world. Or it can transform people into war. And in fact, drum beats have been used as act of war to create anger. So in the schools, it can create, people can be calm. You can intensify learning. Think of your nursery rhymes, and a lot of times it's tied to music. Your memory is enhanced. So you have to use music as an extreme use for the schools. That's where it starts. It starts at all ages. Even an unborn child has been proven to react to the sound of music. It changes their emotions. It changes their development. So if you look at that, you say, how can you not provide the tools to the instructors and to the students to use this great tool that we have, the strongest tool for education, and use it to your advantage? I think you need to not only look at the instruments and the needs they have, but also is music being used to the most that it could be used in the school district. You can do fundraisers, you can do community events, you can do a lot of things, but without the background of the music in the school, it all falls apart. And believe me, I've been there. I've done concerts. I've sponsored concerts. I've worked with musicians. I know, and even in my family, some have used their music talents to get scholarships and eventually become doctors in medicine. If you look at people that do public speaking, how many of them that are dynamic and can be very influential started their vocal training through chorus, whether it be at a church or the school? Music is so important. I think you cannot afford to place it aside. Thank you.
Aura, I cannot tell if this is a K or an R, but if you could introduce yourself when you come up, that would be wonderful.
Okay, my name is Ara Tokatlian, and I'm here to extend what this gentleman already said. And obviously, to play music, you need musical instruments. At an early age, my son, Ara, who now is in Green High School, finishing his last year of senior, he started back at LAE, being part of the jazz band. And from that moment on, I realized that one of the elements that our district is missing is good quality, or at least a higher quality of musical instruments. Just like to do, to me was a great surprise to find out that there are available, I don't know, several hundred Google Chrome laptops, and there's textbooks for math, for chemistry, and so on and so forth. But you know, what would be the case if all those tools, if the computer had missing keys, the internet connection is not good, or the pages of the chemistry book are missing, the books are stained, broken, you can't use that. Well, this is something similar. They have instruments, I know for a fact at LAE, because my son went there many years ago. And now at RIM High School, the instruments are below usable quality. They're beyond the fact that, you know, you cannot repair them that many more times. It comes to a point where they're so broken down. They have dents, the physical, the mechanical parts of all those instruments, they're not working, they're out of shape, and they're beyond being able to be repaired. And I do agree 1,000,000% with what this gentleman said. I don't know your name, I'm sorry, I just met you at the parking lot. I'm a professional musician of 50 years. I have 2 gold records in Argentina. I moved to the States in 77. So Ara inherited my instrument. He's the only guy in the whole mountain that has exceptional instrument, because they're my professional instrument that I passed on to him. But not everybody has that privilege. I know many of these classmates at Mrs. Stebbings' jazz band and choir and band music, they don't have good instrument. They don't sound okay. When you play them, if there's a wind instrument, they're leaking, and so on and so forth. So I beg you to consider. I don't know exactly how to locate funds to either, because see, they're not repairable, be able to buy some high quality student musical instruments. And I'm even going to go one step further. I'll make myself available to the district or to the school, to the high school, to, if you want to learn from my experience, what instruments can those be? Yamaha, it's a great manufacturer, and I do have contacts at that factory where they can give us good quality student model instruments. Thank you.
Next, we have Megan Rustin also to speak on behalf of the music.
Thank you for carving out some time for us tonight. Many here, including myself, believe that music education and the arts are an integral element of any child's education and development. Do you? We also believe that access to that vital element of music should be available to students, regardless of a family's means or economic status. Do you? Music education is among the group of teaching professions that continues to require the professionals involved to actively advocate for its very existence. The hope tonight is that you will provide a solution and that you will truly show up and show support for our district bands, our district's music education program, and music education as a whole. Ensuring that access to music education is equally represented in each student's education is also ensuring that each generation is able to think, communicate, share, collaborate, be responsible, and be successful in helping shape our community and our world for the better. If you truly agree that music deserves its place in education, you must support music programs. That includes allocating funds to music programs. Music is a universal language. Please do your part in making sure it is spoken often, spoken loudly, and spoken well in our community. Thank you.
Next, we have Evangeline, Catherine, Dylan, and Avery coming as a group to speak about the music programs.
Good evening. Me and my bandmates are here because we feel it is necessary to speak our part when matters of the music program are being addressed. My name is Evangeline Goya. I am a junior in World High School, and I've been playing in band for roughly 8 years. I think of myself as a good student in the sense that through music, I've learned discipline, respect, companionship, teamwork, and to some extent love. I think that through music, we can give children an opportunity to flourish and become great people and meet the full potential that they can become. That is what I was.
Hello, my name is Catherine. I've also been in band for quite a while, since 5th grade. And when I joined the marching band freshman year, it was all online, but it was super cool either way. I found that a lot of relationships have helped me. Like the band itself, we're like this one big family, and it's just so fun every day. I enjoy going to practice. It's like one of the best parts of high school, and I just love it so much. And I feel like if we were able to extend that out to so many more students, to be a part of our little band family, it'd be great. And my all these instruments, it really, really help a lot just to help our band. So thank you.
I'm Avery Milford. I'm a sophomore in the Middle World. I'm a beginner flute, so I just joined marching band this year. And I started off with a flute that wasn't working quite well, but I recently got a flute that's working decently well. So I think it's hard to learn an instrument when it doesn't work quite like it should. So it kind of put me a few steps back from where I actually needed to be. But band has helped me with so many things. My confidence, for one, I'm way more confident than I used to be. And the relationships that came with band is just, it's absolutely amazing. And I want other people to have that experience as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dylan Witter. I'm the percussion section leader for marching band and jazz guitarist in jazz band, obviously. I started off band not too long ago. I'm pretty new as it is, but during the pandemic, I turned into a recluse for the most part. I was very introverted. You know how it is. Band brought me back out of my shell, and it made me the person who I am now. I am able to express myself through music better than I ever have been before. It is the best way that I've learned to express myself. And I can't even tell you the amount of people that have gone from introverted into being able to express their feelings. And that is impossible without working instruments. The discouragement that I've seen on people's faces when their instruments don't work, they think it's their fault. And that discourages them from actually being able to play well. If they have good instruments and they're able to actually play their instrument, they can express themselves, and it makes them an overall better person. Thank you.
Next, I have David, Noah, and Valavalis.
It's on. Now it's off. Push it back on. There, it's on.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the room bands and all the students that took time out of the day to be here, because it's a very serious topic. My name is David Anderson. I am the Rim of the World band drum major. I'm a senior. I've been in jazz band for 4 years, and I've been in marching band for 4 years also. And I've been in wind ensemble for 4 years also. A lot of music classes. And I can definitely say that music saved my life. Personally, I've had a lot, and I know I'm not alone in this, I've had a lot of mental health problems. And as any musician, no matter what level you are, you can understand that music is a language that you don't have to think twice about understanding. It's just nature. And I would like to say that personally, like my saxophone has been broken. I'm borrowing a friend's actually. But I know that what Dylan says is true about the conditions and how people feel. So I'm gonna pass it to my friend.
My name is Arthur Kavian. A previous speaker here, my dad. He spoke earlier about the importance that is to have instruments and to be able to express oneself with them. I have the luck that I've been playing the alto saxophone for 9 years. I'm a member of the jazz band. I've been playing this specific saxophone for my dad for 9 years already, a professional instrument. And I feel like it's unfair that so many people cannot have the opportunity to express themselves and to express their talents using a musical instrument. I've had friends that had for example, a friend of mine had a saxophone, had a key completely ripped apart. He had to hold it with a hair tie. I don't know about you, but I feel that that's unfair. That's unfair for the entire jazz program and for all of the other music programs to have to compete and play concerts with this quality of instruments. So I believe that it's important that we have better quality instruments. Thank you.
My name is Noah Lamperts. I'm the trumpet section leader. I've been in high school band for about 4 years. And along with what Catherine said, band is a family. And if we don't have the resources to be able to build that family, then some people might be left in the wind. And I don't, like David, it has helped me so much with my mental health, being able to be with someone, be with a family that actually cares about me. That is the biggest reason that I joined the band. Without that, I don't know where I would be.
Hi, my name is Vala Valise Miller. I am a freshman in high school and I play bass drum number 2. I have been in band and choir my entire life. I grew up completely around music. My uncle is a musician and I grew up playing clarinet. The school's instruments, I would have to say, are completely ruined, and without good instruments, you cannot play correctly. I agree with what every band member so far has said. We are a family and we care for each other. I personally have gone through a lot of mental health issues, and I have a lot of siblings, which leads me to also knowing that my younger siblings who are in band have ruined instruments. My sister, she plays trumpet. Her instrument fell apart on her the other day. It completely broke, and we had to buy her a new one. Our instruments that the school has been giving us are broken and shattered, and we need to get new ones because without the ability to play, what is there to use for that? We have drums, we have flutes, clarinets, trumpets, saxophones, all different types of instruments that could be repaired and fixed, but are all completely broken to the point of being unable to play. I personally know that we had a very sax explode at a game. We are honestly low on instruments. We are low on people because we cannot provide instruments. And in all honesty, the band helps you mentally because I'm a very introverted person and would be unable to speak to you guys like this without the band and their encouragement to who I am today. If we cannot give other people the same expressions we have, then how are we going to express who we are and have others join music if they themselves cannot play, cannot use a stand correctly? Because personally, I know, because I went to MPH, their instruments are shattered, they are broken. We have a bass drum that cannot be completely tuned anymore. The instruments there, other than maybe the wind chimes, are all below standard use, and we cannot continue to go under these conditions. Thank you for listening.
All right, did you fill out 2 forms? Or somebody wanted to fill out them all, right?
No.
It was yours, okay.
Yeah.
All right, no worries. I wanted to mention that 12.5 on the agenda in regards to ESSER funds addresses this, so they were speaking on an agenda item that we will be voting on later. Do I have anyone from, for 8.3 RTA or CSBA representatives that would like to come up? RTA? CSBA. All right, 9.0 governing board members reports and announcements. 9.1 governing board members. We'll start with Cindy Gardner. Oh, she looks so prepared. Jordan, are you comfortable starting? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to thank you for coming to our new district office and meeting space. So it's nice to be here. It's nice to make the drive out to Crestline from Arrowhead. And I really appreciate everyone coming out and speaking on the importance of music education and music in general in this world. As Dr. Newman said, we do have a agenda item tonight that talks about this, and I believe it'll be part of our presentation. Please stick around to that. But I understand that board meetings are the most exciting place to be. What? I want to thank Mrs. Stebbing that brought this to our attention just a few weeks ago. The condition that the instruments are in, I was personally not aware of that, and definitely need some time to go and take a look at those instruments and speak with her. And I really appreciate that time. I know that our district administrators also made time after that to learn about this concerning issue. Moving to a slightly separate topic, I have been doing some advocacy work. I reported last board meeting on our advocacy work working towards air conditioning in our rural school district. This is a huge funding issue, and I'm glad that there are people here to listen to what the under-resourcing from the state has caused a lot of districts across the country, but also across the state. A lot of beach districts, for example, don't have air conditioning either. So we're hoping to partner up with some of them to work from an advocacy perspective. We're a small little district, but with some of those big, beach districts, we can do some more work. So I've been working with Assemblymember Thurston Smith's office and our state senator, ROWUSD on potential funding sources. I know their offices have been looking for funding opportunities for us. I know that we are looking for some funding opportunities for us. At our last board meeting, our chief business official, Jenny Haberling, found some grants that might be able to help cover some cost-related groundwork to install. Just a little background, a lot of the grants that exist out there are for energy efficiency grants. And the problem is we don't qualify for those because installing AC for the first time doesn't increase energy efficiency, it increases energy usage. So we're one of those districts that falls through those cracks, which is why we're talking to legislators to hopefully rectify that. They're not legislative session right now, but are currently looking for ideas. So that's something that we're working on as a board from an advocacy perspective. Your help and support would be really awesome. There might be maybe some kind of advocacy letter that we can put together to help as a district communicate our needs to state legislators that school districts in California are so under-resourced that we can't even provide something as basic as air conditioning, which doesn't seem fair and it's inequitable because there are districts that do have air conditioning. And we know that not being in a cool, comfortable environment drastically adversely affects the ability to learn and the ability to teach from our staff perspective. So that's something that we're working on right now. Another advocacy issue that I'll just touch on is many of you might be aware of the cyberware ransom attack that's happened at Los Angeles Unified. So some cyber group out there has stolen and compromised some LA Unified data and has been holding it ransom since the beginning of the school year. They released some of that data, and LA Unified is calling on the federal government to increase what we call E-rate funding that funds a lot of cybersecurity and infrastructure technology needs. And that's an advocacy effort that we're going to be picking up as well. I'm in touch with our congressman's office, that's Jay Obernolte, who represents us on potentially talking about increasing E-rate funding from the federal level. I don't know where he stands yet, but I am in talks with his office on finding that out and seeing who might be able to work together on that. I know that Cindy probably has some updates too from the SANDAP's perspective and what the future legislative platform might be. Again, not as exciting stuff, but I know it's really important for us as a small district to do the advocacy work to get our district the recognition and resources that it needs and our students deserve. So I'll leave it there and pass it on to our next board member. Thank you.
Well, first, I want to ask the trustee from trustee area 1, Crest Lines, to your Lions Park, Valley Enchantment. Welcome to Crest Line. It's good to have something really unique and special going on again back at our education center. I was a part of Valley Enchantment's Early Act Club, which has gotten restarted again. And I just got to remind you, elementary students are leaders and can do some incredible things. And our Early Act students over at Valley Enchantment, what's Early Act? It's students that are involved in community service, school service, and international service. It's a form of a Rotary Club for elementary students. Our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders are electing leaders. 5th graders already have. 4th graders are just in that process of how should I say it, running for office. And then in another month or so, our 3rd graders will be electing their leaders. Each club elects its own president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, corresponding secretary, recording secretary, and did I say vice president? 6 different officers, and they run the meetings. Over the last few years. I don't want to exaggerate, so I'll use this number. The students have raised $6,000 to $8,000 for various service projects, both here and internationally, and they learn in the process. So, yes, I'm a little bit proud of the Early Act program. I also had the privilege of seeing the mixture of our art students from the high school joining with our elementary students from CHE on the Paint the Plow. And you're gonna have to watch for some of the plows that are gonna be out there in the Running Springs area because they've got hands all over them and some beautiful artwork that the students together did. And it was a privilege to be there. It was a privilege to watch Megan and the administrators and others deal with earthquake day and watching the office staff dive underneath their desks and we were covering ourselves. So that was special. I will say this to the students who came tonight, thank you. I'm proud of you. To their band teacher who has no energy, every time I see her, she has no energy, just so sad. So, but seriously, my son was the drum major at his high school. I was obviously a band booster. David, he was the drum major and he was also on the football team. So he would kick off for the football team after he had led the band onto the field or after he did the national anthem, then he'd run back on, put his pads on and go kick off. So it was a unique relationship between the football coach and the band coach and the band director. You both had to be willing to believe in football in order for that to happen. So been heavily involved. I was in choir in high school. I got choir music scholarships in college. I've been involved in music all my life. I do have a question. How did we get to this place where we have so many instruments in such ill repair? And that's troubling to see and as a board member. And so do, if you can, stay around for our vote later.
Thank you. Anna? Like to repeat Bill's comment about thanking everybody who has shown up today and new venue for us for this meeting, and to see almost all of the seats filled is just crazy. And we do want to hear your comments and we do want you to be involved. So you're very, very welcome to come. Excellent speakers, adults and students, and always their comments are definitely desired. I had some things I was going to talk about in a few moments. I do want to come answer one of your questions, Bill, in terms of how did we get to this spot. My kids went through District K through 12 in elementary at Hoffman. They were involved in both the strings program and also in Mr. Rubio, the school to school. They were involved as well. My son played the trombone because he liked that it made a farting noise. And they loved it.
And what was intimated by the students, but also outright say, is music provided to them a community. At MPH, hanging out in Mr. Rubio's room gave them a sanctuary. The opportunity to go to Magic Mountain and compete. It was a teamwork component that music provided. So that feeling of inclusiveness was definitely there then, and I know it's still there now. I think COVID has done a number on us. However, also K through 12, back then, students were renting instruments because our instruments were in abysmal shape. This summer, with a new music teacher at MPH, I spent a couple of days actually in her classroom going through the cabinets. Pretty much every instrument was in repair, and she was going through playing every single instrument, trying to figure out what the nature was of the damage. This is not something that's happened overnight. Unfortunately, I don't think it's something that can be fixed overnight, but I could say absolutely that it's a priority. Conversations that I had with the superintendent after spending that time at MPH, I definitely know from her standpoint, she sees the value of music. I think everyone sitting up here sees the value of it. It isn't just a matter of learning how to play each individual instrument. It's so much more than that. As a former math teacher, there's such a partnership between math and music. My daughter went to college at one of the best STEM schools in the world, and they had music that pianos everywhere. It's amazing how many of these future, future potential Nobel Prize winners are also incredible musicians. She went to Caltech. There's a joint orchestra between JPL and Caltech students, and it is phenomenal. So being a musician does not mean that you aren't going to be anything else but a musician. It enriches our students' lives. So it's a necessary part of our future, and I believe all of us see that. We have to balance it out with all of our other priorities, but it is a priority, and we do hear what you're saying, and we know it's important. So we have hard decisions to make, but I just want you to know that we hear you and we understand it, and I think in some way or another, all of us have lived it. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Now, what I was going to talk about, and I was going to talk about our last meeting, but I ended up changing my mind, was related to goals, GOALS goals. But I went and got my teaching credential, learning how to do lesson plans. One of the things that we were guided in writing lesson plans is having aggressive goals for our students and making sure our goals are using the acronym SMART. So SMART, S-M-A-R-T, stands for SMART, M-S, specific, M, measurable, A, achievable, R, relevant, and T, there needs to be some sort of a time-based component to it. So recently my daughter got her job, was going through training on setting goals that her job performance would be based on, her review. And they add an additional layer to it. And I thought it was very relevant to the education business. They added onto it the concept of MTMO. So for those educators who are familiar with SMART goals, add on top of it, and those goals have a component of being either a minimal or targeted or an outrageous component to achieving that. We A-type personalities who are perfectionists. We wake up in the morning and we have a long list of tasks that we want to do, and oftentimes we have a hard time getting started because how am I ever going to do this? If you think in terms of how to hit that minimum, then suddenly the world seems okay and you can get started and you can start diving in. Teacher in the classroom, sometimes things don't go as planned. Being able to be focused on what is that minimum, you go for that, and it's amazing how you might be able to get past the minimum, hit that target. And some days you could actually hit that outrageous goal that you've been wanting to accomplish with your students. So I think adding the MTO component could be helpful. Went to RIMED Foundation meeting a couple of weeks ago, and they talked about actually having BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals. Okay, thank you, David. But I would add on to that is the idea of having some leniency within yourself in terms of, I just need to get started, let me accomplish something. And in the classroom, having that concept, COVID has done a number on us. We are thinking in terms of, I can't be what I used to be, or how am I ever going to get through this? If we could get ourselves started, set those aggressive goals, make them SMART, but also get through the day, strive for that wages, but be kind to yourself if you're hitting that minimum and keep on proceeding. I think we're all going to be in a lot better shape. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Cindy, I was listening. So I want to thank all the students for speaking so eloquently, as well as the parents. Appreciate you coming. This almost called it Carrie Bush. This is Debbie. I've known Carrie since she and my daughter played softball together since they were 5. It was so cute. No, it's TMI. So I wanted to say thank you for bringing this. Yes, I've been aware of the issues with the instruments, but funding seems to be a constant source of issue for our district in trying to manage all the various different needs pressing. So Jordan is correct. We need to advocate for small districts at the state and federal levels. Right now, there is on the ballot, November 8th, Prop 98, arts and music and school funding. It sets aside 1% of our education budget at the state level to fund music. 80% of the money for staffing, and then the rest of it for everything else. So the whole goal of that proposition is to, and I'm not telling you what to do, I'm just giving you information, but the whole goal is to equalize access to music even during economic downturns and budgets being slashed. So that's a little synopsis. If you're interested, because there's a lot of music people out there, so there's some information to go on election day and vote. If you're 18 years old over there, go vote, because it's going to count. Your vote will count. So please make sure you register. Other things that are going on in the mountain that are exciting, because it's this time of year, we have Trunk or Treat at VOE, at LAE, we have the CHE Fall Festival. Shout out to the high school students that are helping, because much needed in the volunteer department these last couple of years. So thank you to high school students for picking up the slack. It'll be fun. VOE is this Friday night, and then Saturday, the 29th is CHE's, and LAE, their Trunk or Treat is October 28th. It should be really, really fun. So that's always exciting. Red Ribbon Week is coming up, the last week of October. Lots of different plans are being at all the 3 elementary schools and in PH. I think it's going to be really fun to see what the schools look like come Monday, October 25th, and how red they are. Red being the color of Red Ribbon Week, duh. And so I just realized when I said that how kind of redundant that was. The other thing is that in terms of advocacy, I really appreciate the students, because this is the first step for advocacy. Telling your story from your heart, and take this forward. And when you are in college, right, Dylan, or moving exactly, or you are in the workforce, when you are becoming parents, when you in any aspect of your life, speaking from truth and speaking your story and advocating for yourself and your colleagues and your peers and your kids and whomever is really powerful. And if you do not step up and tell the story, then nobody's going to understand it nor listen. So thank you again for advocating for yourselves and for really having the courage to come up here, because it is, adults looking at you and staring at you, and you think, oh wow, this is great, what I want to do on it tonight. But I appreciate it, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are advocating, because that is what we are getting more into. So anything you can do in the future, hopefully you're passing the baton at some point. So that's it. Just have fun. It's almost Halloween and harvest and all of that. So have some fun in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Cindy. Everybody covers my topics when I go last, so without being repetitive, when I was a high school student, I would have never had the courage to sit up there and talk to all of us. So I'm very proud of you guys for doing that. I wouldn't have even had the awareness that it was something I could do. If I knew it was something I could do, I wouldn't have the courage to do it. So I applaud you guys and your parents and your teachers for getting you here and believing in you so you could come and talk to us about this. Involvement is something in our school districts. Obviously, we believe in it. That's why we're on the board, but we really struggle getting people here. And it is, they were saying, we came to a new building. It's wonderful to see all these people. Often we'll have board meetings with only people who are like principals who are required to be here. And parents and students won't come, and your voice matters so much. We can't represent you the way we're supposed to if you don't talk to us. So again, I appreciate that. We're a few weeks or a few months into our transition with our new superintendent, and I just want to say thank you. As a board member, I just feel very comfortable already with you, and I love just the direction that you're going. And as you were talking about goals, it really made me feel like we're on the right track, because you do have a very structured and systematic way of approaching a lot of things that have gone unattended to, or even neglected for periods of time where we're, with the funding available, what we have within our boundaries, there is systems and there are plans in place, and I just can't wait to see where the district's going to be 2, 3, 5 years from now once we've had time to make those changes. So thank you. That being said, I'm going to turn it over to you. 9.2 Superintendent's report, Dr. Griffin.
Thank you so much. So no, thank you for that. Truly, that means a lot. Coming into a new district, you learn a lot, and you talk to a ton of people, and you just try to do the very best you possibly can with what has been bestowed and what you've been given. So I want to do just a couple of thank yous, and then I want to kind of address some of the other comments that have come up. First of all, with regard to the principals that have to be sitting up there in our midst, I do want to bring up just discussion for the board, because we don't really get to interact with the principals when they're there. But we do, I think it was Cindy, or maybe Cindy, that brought up several months ago now. I've been here 3 months, several months ago now, and about making our board meetings really focused on instruction and focused on educational. Focused on instruction, focused on curriculum, and focused on really what brings us all together, and that's education, the power of education. That includes every part of education. And so maybe they're all sitting there, and so maybe I would love them to come up and have presentations and pick a board meeting where we can interact with them. They can showcase their staff, they can showcase their program, they can showcase some of the wonderful students that they have running those programs and doing amazing things. And so I would like to take a moment just for food for thought to lay that on you to think about adding that to our board meeting presentation at the beginning. And then making them purposeful coming to the meetings, not necessarily mandating it from every meeting, but definitely come to the meetings where they would showcase some signature programs that we would want to highlight on the part of the schools. So I think we need to start celebrating all of our schools across all of our communities and representing them and the wonderful people that are out there. So I just want to lay that on your minds for food for thought. I do want to thank in a moment we did move here to this beautiful educational facility and brought it back to life. And in doing that, you really kind of bring back this regenerative purpose with the district and in a new way and in post-COVID environment, and we're kind of shifting to that. So I just want to thank really quickly Jim Zimmer. He is our supervisor of M&O. Nicole Hammock, she's not here, but she's our person purchasing and procurement. She kind of routed all of the strategy and the coordinating of schedule. So thank God to her.
Marissa Franks, administrative assistant to the CBO. And she's not here either, but, and then Jenny Haberlin, the CBO. And then, really was a easy transition. We all thank you. You made all of our lives easy. Work could be a high anxiety time. And you really brought back this facility beautifully. So thank you so much. It's so great to reuse this facility too. So we want to be good with everything that we are stewards of. And in doing that, I think the 3-year planning that we're doing, the needs assessment that we're doing across the district is just, you know, what the study had come to, or well, actually I was there at the football game. And you walk up to me and I'm like, what is that? And she's like, it's a piece of an instrument. And I'm like, shouldn't that go on? And so she's like, exactly. And I said, oh, we need to talk. So literally the next week, I just want to thank Mr. Williams, who was in the audience as well, for scheduling the meeting so that we could talk, we could really understand what was going on. And the need, truly the need of putting the right tools in the hands of students. And so from that point, we did have a meeting, and instead of Carrie being focused on her program, I said, well, since you come forward and raised your hand, wouldn't you mind looking at the other programs, intermediate and elementary, and also seeing what they need? Because I don't know, and you probably would. And so that launched into let's get close, let's see what we can do, let's see how much we're talking about. And so when we know what's going on across the district, one need usually leads to other needs. They have friends and they accumulate. And so we want to be very purposeful. We want to make sure that we really put our resources in prominent points in the district that are going to have the biggest amount of impact. But that's not to say that all the other needs are not going to get dealt with or handled too. We understand that there is probably a little bit of a list. So our 3-year planning really helps us doing that. All of our senior management is doing needs assessment at the school sites or in their departments, in their divisions. And then we are going to build a 3-year plan with those needs get addressed over time, even if the increment over time is small. Everything that we can do in the right direction is going to be that we take, that we don't have to take again. And then it's going to lead to bigger things and bigger accomplishments for our district. And so I look forward to working with all of our senior leaders to get that task accomplished. I hope that you just stick around because this was a signature. It was pretty easy actually to gain momentum on this topic because music education should be something that we value holistically across K-12. And I do agree, and I said in that meeting that, you know, we should have students who are encouraged to play instruments. I played the clarinet not really very well, but I did play the clarinet, and so it kind of launched me into, right? When you said that, I had that in common. So, but I do know other students who this is their lifeblood. This is the way they express themselves, just like they do with athletics, but just like they do with CTE or ROP classes. And wherever we can channel kids into what their passion zones are, that's always going to be a win, not only for those children or their families, but it's going to be a win for our community. And hopefully those children come back and reinvest in our community, and we will offer them back. So with that, we are going from this pandemic phase to this endemic phase, and in doing that, along with our 3-year planning, we're going through a large evaluation cycle through the district. I don't know if we've ever totally been through one before, but we're going through one now. And we're looking at all of our contracts, all of the areas where we have expenditures, and seeing if that's needed or necessary, or if that's just nice to have. And so in order to make room in budgets for things that are essential, we do have to make critical decisions on things that we could probably do differently, expand or explore a different way. And I think that's exactly what we've done with the ESSER funding. So I think that I hope people will be happy with some of the decisions we've made. We've looked at hiring decisions, and we have to have, for an example, an associate superintendent. We have an assistant superintendent. We've made those decisions. That's on the agenda tonight. We've looked at different positions where we use within the positions, within the frameworks we have, and we orient things a little bit differently. so that we can satisfy the needs and the job tasks we have to get accomplished, but we can add positions without adding a +1 to the employment pool. And work within the funding we have, reorient those positions where we have vacancies and just make them more efficient and effective. And so we're going through that practice. The other thing is just contracts and looking at the contracts we have, we walk away from certain contracts and then reorient those funds to produce a different product that we couldn't do had we kept those contracts. So in these cases, we walked away from some pretty big contracts we're deciding to do without, and we're reorienting those funds in different ways where we can go have a larger fraction. And that's exactly where the funding came from for the music program. I'm not going to give anything away. The board did not vote. Jerry, the board did not vote. I can't go ahead to the board. Okay, so in some of those things, I think those strategic decisions aren't easy. They're not made alone. We do talk as an administrative team. We do strategize in different ways. And when anybody comes to me with a need, I first of all say, write it on your list. And then we will plan and make sure that in the next years coming, we will get that accomplished. And the last thing that I want to say is thank you so much, Ms. Bunny Brown, for coming tonight. And it's just maybe in our plan presentation. We've had a couple scared of students, and it is a serious issue facing our district as well. And so when she came to me, of course, we made time to meet with you and move forward. I'm hoping with board policies that will allow us to have some life-saving devices and medicine on our campus. Should something happen, we hope it never does, but should it happen, we want to make sure that we are there, armed and ready to have safety first and safety students' lives. So thank you for coming in our audience, and that is it.
And just for the audience members who haven't read the agenda, Bunny is going to be doing a presentation a little bit later. So if you'd like to hang out, I would suggest you do that. 9.3 student representative report, Michelle Rivera, from Rural High School. You need your clicker. There.
Good evening to the board members and people who came. Thank you for attending, and I'll be doing the school reports district. Okay. So let's start with the elementary schools. Red Foundation awarded. So CHE $2,821.21. Purchase updated nonfiction books and materials for our library. Our current materials are over 30 years old, so we are really appreciative. LE $8,825 to purchase just right readers, decodable supplement test sets for tier 1 and 2, grades K1, 2, and at-risk thirds. DOE, all schools will be participating in Red Ribbon Week from October 24th to October 28th with emergency services day falling on Wednesday, October 26th from 8:30 to 10 a.m. on Gold Field for CHE and October 27th for LE. Fall festivals. CHE's PTA Fall Festival will be October 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Students and families are excited for the carnival games, silent auction, and yummy treats. PTA is expecting a great turnout to help raise money for CHE. LE's Trunk or Treat Fall Festival will be held October 28th, 4 to 6 p.m. for students and their families. Day of Awesomeness. LE students and staff enjoyed Field Day fun, and there's a little picture there. So LE Kindness Spirit Day. Staff welcome parents and students the morning of Friday, September 16th, with music, dancing, and positive affirmation signs. And then we have a little more continued. For LE Trimester 1 community service project is happening now. Support our troops in conjunction with Blue Star Moms. LE is collecting donations to send packages to active military that are RIM graduates. We welcome your donations. Now we're going to move on to MPH. The more positives happens, MPH goals 2022-2023. So LCAP Goal 1, instruction, student learning, professional development. MPH site instruction and learning goal 5.1. MPH is working on California standards for the teaching professional goal 5.1 that focuses on clearly communicating learning. MPH CAS Prep Week, October 24th to October 28th. MPH is practicing CAS state testing using CAS interim assessments that look similar to the CAS modified testing schedule on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. The purpose of the CAS Prep Week is to help students gain confidence with assessment and practice with communities prior to the testing window. Monday, Tuesday is English, Thursday, and Friday will be math. MPH Professional Development continues the school year with department-specific universal design for learning UDL once a month. The first UDL professional development focused on supports of English. Our partner from Novak Education will campuses to observe instruction and student learning in all English classes, followed by an hour of intentional ELA specific training and PD. We will follow a similar model. LCAP Goal 2, School Safety and PBIS. Let's see. On Friday, August 16, 2022, MPH Administration, Council, and representatives from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department presented the fall PBIS expectation assemblies to all students through the PE classes. Topics included teaching and modeling positive expectations and interventions as part of the MPH Positive School Culture Plan, as well as how to report a concern in person or via the digital statement form. If you see something, say something. The student survey at the end of the assembly gives students the opportunity to share their feedback on the assembly, as well as how they could be part of the positive school culture at MPH. 96% of students in the PBIS stated positive behavior intervention support. 95% of students knew that RRS stood for respectful, responsible, and safe. 95% of students knew support concerns to a teacher, counselor, or administrator. Students provided recommendations on how to be part of positive solutions on campus by being kind, learn from their mistakes, explain how to fix the mistakes. Okay, so LCAP goal 3, engagement and equity. Copy with the MPH administration quarterly. The next one will be the 10th or 27th of October. And then one on January 12th, and then April 13th. MPH and PPA step it up fundraiser. So the week of the 24th to 28th, MPH PTA and MPH Solution will host several Red Ribbon Week activities and spirit days. The Lake Arrowhead Ballet will perform Thriller at all lunches on October 28th. The MPH PTA and leadership teams are planning fun fall activities to engage students, including a costume contest. Now, room. Well, this one for me. Sorry, it's just a little like we said change there. So MPH means family. MPH is more than a school, it is a family. Boys and future students, 6th grader Macy Wilden. The security guards were so nice and the teachers make it easy to learn. 7th grader Charlie Paxton. The security guards make me feel welcome and make it fun outside. Miss Carolyn always makes me laugh. 8th grader Dane Deere. The teachers make me feel like I am important. They teach me a lot about school and life and stuff. They help me be a better human being. So now, RHS update. Teachers have jumped into professional learning communities with both feet. The information sharing and student-driven conversations are already having an impact across campus. Scotts University was hosted on October 4th and over 50 families were in attendance. This was by far the largest turnout post-COVID. Families learned the ins and outs of college applications and requirements. Homecoming was a huge hit. We had nearly 400 students attend dance and over 2,000 people attended the football game. The theme was free cause and the 2 days were a huge success. Student attendance this year has been vastly improved from the previous years. Last week alone, our ADA was over 94%. Girls volleyball finished second in league and are playing their first playoff game tonight at Kennedy High School in LA Palma. Football is tied for second in league. If they beat Carter tomorrow, they'll be guaranteed a playoff berth. Carter's Contis in first place for both boys and girls going to league finals. They dominated 2 out of the 3 league mini meets. Ethan Parcells will likely place in Masters and get an invite to state. He is currently the 2nd women's division in Southern California. Tennis will be league champs this year. They are almost done with league play and cannot be caught. League finals start October 25th. We will have a home game round 1 for playoffs. And that's it. Actually, no, right. So MHS, Mountain High School. MHS is actively building systems to increase student attendance and engagement. MHS culture is shifting to focus on credits and graduation. Currently has 44 students and 3 teachers working collaboratively. And MHS will be on all school college field trip to San Bernardino Valley College next Tuesday. RVA, Room Virtual Academy. RVA has doubled its 9-12 enrollment. RVA is in the process of being the second 9-12 teacher. RVA K-6 enrollment is growing as well. And RVA K-6 will be visiting Green Spot Farm tomorrow. First grader director under the Gold Eagle, we have been studying American symbols. Carl Lewis, RVA TK4. This is a story my 4th grader wrote. It's a fictional narrative. Carl Lewis, RVA TK4. And that is it.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't see the principal's faces, but when their school comes up, they get so excited and it's the cutest thing ever. 10.0 reports and presentations. We have moved an agenda item. So 10.1 is going to be presentation to the RIM Education Foundation and presentation of checks. Yay! So I'd like to invite RIM Education Foundation. Hello. You can check the cherry. You guys wrong.
Since I'm so tall, I'll just stand here. On behalf of the RIM Educational Foundation, we want to thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present to our schools on behalf of those fabulous students and their enriched educational programs. And just a couple of years ago, wasn't it, that we gave some money to our music program as part of the partnership with schools. And as all of us who are in the know, music has been proven by research to enable the enhancement of learning across all curricular areas. So thank you for doing everything that you do. Now, what we're here for today is to present some of the awards to each of the schools. The Partnership with Schools program evolved from having teachers submit a grant request to having each school's grant come from the school, the school site council. The school site council, by the fact of the combination of the administration, the educators, and the families of the students would know best what would be needed to enhance the learning experience of their students. And our mission statement for the RIM Ed Foundation is to enrich the learning experiences of our students. That's a shortened version of it. So every grant that's submitted must reflect that focus. And we have had some very well-written, very positive kinds of programs. Priscilla is our chair. Priscilla has been the chair for the partnership with schools. We have individuals on our board who voluntarily spend time to read over the grants, help assess those grants, and then present them to our RIM Ed Foundation board for an official vote. I would like to introduce you to Priscilla Williams.
Hello. I just wanted to say tonight, we're going to submit 3 checks to 3 schools. Mary Putnam Hanks, CHE, Charles Hoffman, and Lake Arrowhead Elementary. And I'm very pleased, I want you to know, I'm very pleased with what we saw. I think there's 7 people on the committee. So I'm just one of 7. But I was very pleased in what we saw being prepared and sent to us. This is the paperwork for this time. And then we have much the same for the second group. This year, we had to split it because we had so many people, new principals in the school district. So we had to kind of do something, come up with something so that they would have an opportunity to write a grant for their school. And they were, you know, some of them, one of them has been here before, but being principal is a lot different. So I really appreciate the work. I really appreciate the work that you teachers did. I really feel you did an excellent job based on the time frame that you had. So, without further ado.
You know what I forgot to mention was the MOU.
Oh, there is a MOU that will be signed by the superintendent. And we have that here, and hopefully I didn't chicken scratch all over this copy of it. But
and I signed it indeed.
Oh, Dina signed it, and so does Joe Benita. But it was really good. So, we meet on Monday to decide the next 4 grants. And we'll be back next month.
Yay!
Just to let you know, I forgot to mention, your checks are in the mail. We have, our treasurer is Dana Chapin, and she's in Washington State at this moment, and she's been there for business. And while she's there, in her spare time, she works with us, which means it's probably 5 hours every day almost. But she has mailed the checks. We verified the checks have not been received yet. And the memo of understanding is to clarify what the specifications are in reference to what we provide to the schools and what the schools are expected to provide to us. We don't do this as a way to make it challenging. We do it because it is the stipulation from many of the organizations, businesses, and individuals who donate to us. They want to see how effectively do we manage the funds? How do we know that the funds were used for what our guidelines stipulate? And therefore, we've had, really, we appreciate the guidance that Ginny has provided us as the financial director for the school district, so that we can have a reasonable schedule to provide enough time for the administrators of each school, as well as the programs that we fund. So there will be enough time for you to meet with your school site council, collaborate on what you feel would be the best utilization of the funds, and then submit those that grant request to us. At the end of the school year, toward the end, we require that there will be the accounting of the money that was spent. Not $5,000 spent at Amazon. We need to know what it was spent on. We also need to know how effective was that program that you requested to have funded for your students doing. as an enhancement for their learning experience. So those guidelines are general for any grant awarding process. We're not doing it specifically just to be challenging. We're doing it because that's standard procedures. So if there's any questions, we have liaisons. Priscilla has a liaison on her committee, one per school, which means we're there to make sure if there's any question, call us. It's not right to always have to call Priscilla, but she may be the one that you get because some of us may not be accessible. Additionally, our desire is to be able to speak to your school site council. Some of us can do it in Spanish as well. So we would like to make sure that we are invited to speak to your school site council, present the idea, let them be aware of how much money is available and see how many ideas they may have or they would like to ask us about. So that's the process. We have our MOU. I will sign it. We'll have Dana sign it when she arrives, but that will not stop the funding. And our superintendent, Dr. Fricker, will sign it. Are there any questions of us?
No, I just want to say thank you for changing the distribution of the money and the process to the beginning of the year instead of the end of the year, because then the funds could actually be used in the same year of being awarded and benefiting the students that the grants were written for at that time rather than a year later. So I appreciate you being flexible enough to switch that based on the feedback that you were getting. So,
and we want to cooperate, collaborate, and make sure it works. But when Jenny showed us the time frame, it didn't make sense for us to use the time frame that we had had in the past. And on May 24th, we discussed it with the administrators and got their concurrent, their agreement that this was going to work for them. And with school starting, as Priscilla said, there were changes in the beginning of the school year, unexpected, not knowing all the details. So we're able to modify. We're not trying to do anything to make it challenging. We want to make sure it is a program that works for all of us because they deserve it. Anything else?
No, thank you. Can I ask the principals for each school to come up and we can get pictures in the front for the schools that are being awarded? Yes.
Scenes over here.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah. All right, 10.2 report facilities update, summer, current and future projects. Jim Cabin, chief business official. While we're at it, we might as well invite Jim up to. He is shaking his head now. You come up every time we do a facilities report to just start that way. He is not getting it. We did. He's not getting out of it. He loves getting up. Come on up.
Right.
Thank you.
I had to twist his arm.
In front of all these people, he can't tell me no, so. Not asking for permission. So watch it, Jenny.
Okay, so we're going to just kind of share the mic here a little bit, but thank you very much for having us tonight to present the one of two facility updates that we present each year according to the governance calendar. And so we'll go ahead and start. It feels like we were just here. So right. So but time goes by so fast, all of a sudden it's maybe almost November, and we're like, holy cow. So this is our facility update fall of 2022, October 20th. Okay, I'll real quick about what part of the facilities budget is our routine repair and maintenance program. I'll reference it in other parts as RRM. And we have certain contribution requirements according to Ed Code. I won't read that word for word, but it requires districts to set aside a certain percentage of their funds for repair and maintenance of their facilities. Not new construction, not modernization, not you know, a new wing, but just the preventative maintenance, deferred maintenance, and just repairs in general. So you're mandated to do that. At the end of the year, our auditors will, it's a calculation. It's our, you know, our general fund expenditures minus sometimes there's accounts that are excluded from that, like ESSER funds, because that would probably put some undue burden on a school district when they got an influx of one-time money and then have to contribute more out of their base because of that. Not every program works that way. So, but the ESSER funds would be excluded from that calculation. And so this year, our 22-23 budget includes the carryover of last year's budgeted amounts that we did this summer. So technically we carry those funds into the 22-23 school year. And so it's just over $1.5 million in the repair and routine repair maintenance account. It's a unique account number on the restricted side of the budget. And our required contribution tentatively calculated at budget development is just over 1.3. And I wanted to just share with you a kind of why highlight that. It'll get recalculated again, but the difference between the two, we are able to address in our LCAP and under the supplemental concentration services on doing above our minimum on and how that addresses student needs. So Heather and I work together on that when we, you know, so we're really doing more than just the base, more than our required minimum. And this is just a summary of our 5-year history of what our actual expenditures on the routine repair and maintenance account have been, and by major category. And of course, each year we can have increases of step and column staff, workers' comp goes up, PERS goes up, and sometimes we'll carry money over, but it's been relatively consistent. So you can see the difference between the 21 school year and the 22, and that's because we actually carried those funds over and we spent, it was about $140,000 and so the change that we carried over because we planned a project. We weren't going to do it till the next fiscal year. So we reserved those funds and carried it over.
Jenny, I'm imagine this is in the reports I've gotten in the past, but it just popped out at me that the employee benefits is basically half of the salaries.
On the classified side, our employee benefits are nearly, you know,
on half on top of it.
On half of it, because just on excluding health and welfare benefits, you're looking at nearly 40 cents on every dollar.
Is that the same with certificated?
Certificated's a little less because the STRS contribution percentage is less than PERS contribution, and most certificated members are not part of Social Security.
Yeah.
So an employee on the classified side of the house, that they contribute to PERS, and they also contribute out of their paycheck to Social Security, but as a district, then we contribute to both also. That's probably where that extra percentage.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna send it at this page review. We practiced.
Yeah. Our work orders since May to the other day. Signed and completed 527.
Thank you.
Submitted but declined back to the site were 30. We had 9 duplicate, and we got 44 that are in progress right now. We do have ongoing vandalism of our turf at DOE. and some graffiti at Brandwood that we've been covering over as a.
And as Jim and I were talking about today's board meeting, it was just, this is the 4th time out of his budget, he's replacing the same curve. So there is, it's really a constant issue.
What are the alternatives to?
With the basements down there now, we don't have too many. I mean, we have fences around, we have cameras up. It's just a weekend people are killing us.
So what exactly is the vandalism to that turf? Because I've been on there and I see the holes and blah, 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 but.
I'll let Jim talk, but we also have a picture. Isn't that
Oh,
where
I love the picture.
They'll rip it, tear it, and then they start pulling out the foam insulation and
Have we looked at the bark that's what is it called? No, but like the what? Rubber, thank you, the rubber
it
bark.
doesn't have the
Rubble.
fall factor.
It doesn't have the same fall factor.
Yeah, it's under grand use playground.
All right. I'm sure everybody's putting wonderful thought and not just me right at this moment, so.
So it was actually repaired today.
Probably was.
Our department staffing, of course, skilled maintenance. One that's paid with ESSER funds. We have 2 skilled grounds. 1 shared administrative secretary, and then myself as supervisor.
Okay, we have some pending projects in process, and Jim and I will kind of each share on this slide. We have asphalt repair at CEG in the planning stage. We have a pressure regular at Lake Gregory, educational center here. And today was the estimated completion.
Today was, yeah, we finished it last night.
Okay. And just so you guys know too, I have an email from Jim saying that he's leaving here, and it was nearly midnight last night. So I was like, don't rush up the hill in the morning.
When you say, don't ever see Jim and leaving here in the same sentence, because like my heart stopped before you finish that sentence.
Not for the work day.
Thank you.
Close to midnight last night, so we can use the restroom today.
Both work. You're good.
I was thinking, I'm like, she finished the sentence and it wasn't that bad, all right.
So we're working on ballards and cattle gates at CHE, the outdoor scoreboard at Rib High, and our ongoing air quality assessment and project option survey with Snyder Electric.
What's a ballard?
Over the metal posts in the parking lot. They're placed like 5 foot apart to keep the cars from going in there for snow play during the winter. So we're gonna give it a shot.
Goodbye.
Some of our completed projects since our last update. Durham High School repaired the heating vents in the boys' locker room. The gym floor got stripped and waxed. We installed water catch basins outside the boys' locker room to help the flooding that happens during the rainy season. And we did an electrical upgrade in the wrestling tunnel area for the new scoreboard. MPH, we just got done redoing the LED lighting on the outside of the cafeteria. We replaced 3 ovens in the kitchen, put new sink spray nozzles in the kitchen. There's a fire hydrant that had to be repaired. And then we completed all the preparation work for the Williams inspection that we just completed.
And fast.
Yeah.
VOE, we installed fencing around a storm drain, bottom where the kids play, keep them out and keep them away from that drain. Did weed abatement in the lower field. Installed a new spray nozzle in that kitchen as well, and repaired the handicap ramp that was going from the main building down to the playground. LAE got their fascia replaced and the entire school painted over the summer. They unfortunately had a water leak, so we put a new main water line in that going from our valve up to the main office. New spray nozzle there as well, and then replaced all the emergency lighting in the restrooms. Since they don't have a backup generator, we'll get started. CHE got their fire panel repaired and also a small upgrade to it to make it better communication. Added a hose bib in the kinder area so they can water their new little gardens they have. And installed a new kitchen spray nozzle. Mountain High, we had the ramps repaired in 3 different locations. They were painted. And we also removed all the barbed wire that was around the campus. That was there from, I think, when the maintenance director. That's all that was taken down.
No, so we talked about the scoreboard project a few times at different board meetings. And our district cost to dates remain unchanged from the last time we were at the board meeting. Tim told me, he goes, we're not going back to the board for anything. He goes, if I can help it. So
I promised, and the concrete is in the ground.
So
So there's no changes.
yeah, if you look at the picture, you know, that's picture was taken yesterday.
It was taken yesterday right before the concrete was poured.
So, and then, that is, just a side note, that could probably hold a whole house, if not half the school of the engineering involved on that. Okay, we've all, I'll just go through with some other completed projects. This is just routine. You've seen these before. It's part of the preventative maintenance plan and ongoing projects that Jim and his staff just do every single year, and we support that. The district-wide elevator servicing and annual permits, our fire inspections. We have the county fire was here yesterday. Yep. Did we pass?
We passed the 2 horses.
Sorry. Fire alarm annual testing and certifications, ongoing meetings with contractors, our generator service, HVAC inspections and surveys with CPM still, Paul at CPM still doing some work with Snyder Electric. And so we're not letting him get away. And then site inspections and surveys continue with Snyder Electric. And just like you've seen on board agendas, surplus and scrappable vehicles and metal.
Jim, you mentioned LE does not have a generator, but all the other sites do.
Correct.
There's some history behind that if you'd like me to share. Is when the state paid for the generators that we do have, it was after the old fire. And it was a matching grant, and the state paid for the generators on the sites that would then be potential emergency evacuations. And so that's why, you know, LA did because Red did. And like, we don't have one here because we only had one. So when this was a school, so that was a special funding after the old fire, because we're also viewed as the biggest civic center area on the mountain. We would also be viewed as just an evacuation. So that was the history on how that got funded and why LA got knocked out. It wasn't a district decision. It was how the funding came in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So our current generators are almost 20 years old.
Yeah. We couldn't move the generator from the district office of Blue Jay to here because it's so old it can't be permitted once it's moved.
Thanks for trying to do this.
We did try.
Future projects and needs. We still need fisher repair and paint at Mountain, MPH, and LGC here. That's the funds becoming available for us. The concrete ramp and stair area at CHE needs to be done. Still trying to get quotes and trying to figure out how we're going to pay for that. Future desire to address carpet and flooring district-wide. Rekeying of the entire district. Getting a quote from one school and planning for planning purposes. Furniture upgrades and classroom renovations. Continued HVAC upgrades resulting from the air quality study. New roofs district-wide. New irrigation systems for the efficiency of water conservation. All the sense.
That's it?
That's it.
We have
That page.
more.
Slide 2.
Slide 2. On our needs list, and this probably isn't, and we can probably add needs to this every single day. But LED lighting at all remaining sites and being replaced as units fail. We do need to replace and repair equipment as, you know, as they kind of age out. We do have skip loaders that are from the 70s, so, but thank God they were built well because, you know, they're still working. We need additional snow, plow pumps. We want to continue to work on a formal preventative maintenance, plan, new kitchen equipment. We do have some kitchen funds this year that we can do a little bit of work at. And we do want to increase some technology uses with our team in Jim's department.
School dude's not a person.
School
No.
dude's not a person.
It's been on this list for years.
Yes.
Earlier in the year, there was concern about water usage for our, especially for our football field. And I know that there were creative problem solving ideas trying to be able to make that happen. So if this is going to be our future, is there, and you have water efficiency in here, but is that something that also is part of our planning at this point?
So when, in business and in facilities, when they make their 3-year plans, there is an initiative in there to go more green and be more conscious about what we're going to leave behind. And however we can build in plans to do that, that we're looking at those options. So I'm trying to get some meetings together to just address the field and see if we can't start some form of capital campaign going forward to reorient that field with our field instead of the grass field. So that would make strides. Those plans be coming, obviously, as their 3-year plan is completed.
And looking at the turf, Jim and I had conversations before about, you know, renovating that to turf. And unfortunately, too, an obstacle that we run into is that it needs DSA approval and it would include site work. And you could probably explain it better than I can, what we'll have to touch with those bathrooms and along the side that.
Because we don't have bathrooms down there. Bathrooms will come up as an issue, the DSA and also at the track. So it's not just the turf we're going to touch on.
It will be the whole, it opens it up to that whole 15-foot radius proximity thing. Okay.
Which we kind of got away from with the last modernization.
And Jim, on a different subject, the LED lighting, what sites have been transferred over to LED lighting? What sites still need?
We don't have any sites that are completely transferred.
Yes.
The high school is the closest one. The only 2 areas that aren't done at the high school is the theater and the 2 gyms. The rest of the schools, as it goes out, have been replacing with LED. Our white fleet, we have 9 trucks, 4 maintenance with service bodies, 3 pickup trucks, 2 used by Browns and then myself. We have 1 small pickup with a lift gate, which we use to transport the snow blowers and do deliveries. And then we have 1 box truck that we use for moving furniture or complete classrooms.
Or e-waste. No, I'm just kidding.
No use of trailer for that.
Other vehicles that we have in our inventory, we have a child nutrition truck, a mail van that's inoperable, but we've board approved it for gov deals. A technology truck, which is the mail van and the technology truck are both, you board approved about 6-8 months ago to replace those vehicles and just do the supply chain. We're hoping by the end of November. It's looking like it's probably it was an 8-month lead time and it was extended a little bit. We're hoping by the end of November that those 2 vehicles will come in. You know, we have some inoperable vans, and that's when you say, okay, you know, how are we getting, even if it's a few hundred or a few $1,000s, you know, for this equipment we're not using, being able to put it back in the fund to help pay for some of these items on the list. And then an inoperable SUV that's at Brim High. It was formerly used for their security staff to drive around the campus, but that's also been board approved for gov deals.
Yeah.
Do you have the vehicles you need to effectively do the work required by your department?
We have the vehicles, but they are being used up. So we have them right now, as long as we're maintaining. But they do get abused a lot during the summer with the flood.
Okay, so just I wanted to go over some funding options for the department. We do have a contribution from the base to the routine repair maintenance fund, which we talked about earlier in the presentation. We still have the Fund 1 reserve that was the prior Fund 14 sweep, the 2012-13, when the legislature gave us during an economic downtime ability to sweep some other funds dollars. And so we still have that set aside where the original amount was, from our deferred maintenance account. And we don't have a formal deferred maintenance account where the state and the district use that equally contribute to. That was a mandate that we used to fall under before the LCFF. And so those funds, we've talked about that when we had our budget development and the committed balances. So that's part of that. We staff our Grandview insurance claim, that we bought out our repairs there, that's sitting in reserve. We're down to just really a few $1,000s left in Measure W. At some point, a PO that Jim will do, I'll just co-fund one line for $6,995, and then that fund will be closed. And then we have the same with the Fund 35 state facility, which was a modernization for Rim High. There's just a little bit of funds left. Same thing when a repair or something that Jim will do at Rim High. We'll go ahead and just use up these funds this year. And then in our Fund 25 developer fees, this balance won't grow as fast as it previously did because our fees are much lower than they used to be per square footage of new building. But we do have a balance in that account of just over $740,000. Wanted to touch on real quick, and we won't, I know there's a lot of presentations tonight, but we'll just kind of recap where we are with Snyder Electric. They were the company that we went out for an RFP last year for a design build contract. They've been working with Paul from CPM and Jim and the team on doing a district-wide HVAC assessment. And so next time I'll invite Paul to be with us. So now he's actually working with, it's still, we won't let him get away. He might even become a vendor under Snyder Electric so he can stay connected with us. And so we did the RFP, we went out to bid, they've been doing an assessment. They kind of expanded on the assessment that Paul did for us, walking sites with Jim and just seeing, what could we do with any grants that become available, going out for a bond and looking at the more the infrastructure as far as the mechanical and electrical areas for new HVAC systems. So that's what they've been tasked to. They do some grant writing. There's some ability for them to help us, brand some needs, and help us demonstrate to us, not just Jenny and Jim sitting up here saying these are needs. These are mechanical and electrical engineers walking with professionals, and this is the dollar amount, and this is what it's going to take. So we still have a relationship with them. They're doing some work, and we're going to talk about that in just a few minutes here. So the program goals with Snyder Electric is they really wanted to identify and apply for applicable grants, replace antiquated HVAC systems. We want to improve air ventilation and air quality. We want to upgrade security measures through our COPS program, which we got notified that we were awarded that grant last week. So we're super excited about that. We couldn't have done it without Jim walking the sites with them, our partnership with the sheriffs, the meetings, and just even having professional grant writers helping us. It was quite a task to just get the application in. So it was pretty massive to the Department of Justice. So we are super excited about that.
Do you have an amount?
Pardon?
Do you have an amount yet for that grant?
Their portion is $500,000, and I believe with our matching is about 620, but I didn't bring that. I didn't even grab that. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just go to the next one here. And our cost application, just to, and Jim can speak to this for a little bit too. We really looked at our main entry buzzins, card access for the doors, campus key system and rekeying at 4 of our schools. And then part of that too is depending on how much our dollars will go, since this, we started working on this 8 months ago, and cost is included in the allowable with uses would be some fencing opportunities too around our schools. Is there anything you want to talk about?
Keys that it would be the main offices with the buzzins, and then part access to the main doors, like for example, the high school, it wouldn't be every door, will not be part access. But all the double doors from outside in would be part access, and then new key system for all the internal. So we can kind of bring the key system back under control.
And can you, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Can you explain how then the doors and the teacher's classroom change? We can be able to lock the inside. That's still part of it. So.
Well, that was all changed to last.
So that was changed.
Yeah, so now we're just changing the actual key itself, not the lock.
Oh, just because it's cheaper.
Yes. So we can get more done to get more security.
All right, so this was just some examples of some of the engagement and outreach that as they do some of the work that they'll go ahead and produce some board documents to showcase and present for you as well as Schneider Electric, works with us. Okay, our next steps with them is we need to review the pricing estimates for the HVAC projects and potential presentation in November. We'd like to have Schneider's team come up and present their options in November for then a board action agenda item in December. And part of the reason we would like to do that before January is right now there's about a 40-week lead time or longer on any type of HVAC or electrical equipment. So if we want to do any work in the summer of 2023, we really need to start that process now to be able to award contracts and get that work scheduled over the summer. And because it's ESSER $3 that we set aside, we have to spend those by 2024. So then we would really only have one more summer opportunity to finish, and it puts us on a tighter, you think, okay, all the way to 2024, but it really, in Jim's and my viewpoint, it becomes a very, very tight schedule. Okay. Okay, so with Schneider Electric, one of their priorities that we gave them to review as funds become available and grants become available is security doors, roofing, updating our intercom systems, updating our phone systems, update the distress alert buttons. We want to renovate the Mountain High admin staff offices, although that could also be Fund 25. Jim and I did some research. We can use Fund 25 at Mountain High School for that. We need fencing for security, HVAC upgrades. Of course, we've been talking about that for months. Be able to really work on deferred maintenance projects, district-wide electrical upgrades, and we have playground and parking lots, asphalt repairs, and crack bills at all sites. I'm going to, I'll be the clicker and you can talk about the pictures.
Pictures, the question you're asking about the turf, this is one area, this is the latest area.
So intentional, right?
That we've had to replace, and you can see there the darker green is from the repair that we did, I think a year and a half ago. So now they just ripped it out outside of that. Next picture is the Grandview, some of the graffiti that we've gotten there.
It makes me so sad.
This picture here is the gym floor after we got them doing it during the summer, right before school started. And the other one is the ramp, one of the ramps up now. This is one of the storm drains that we put in outside of boys' locker room, then we put one on the other side as well. And then just one picture of LAE with the new paint and the wood replacement. Yeah. That's the new ramp that they were working on at BOE. And then some of the work that happened at LAE to get that new water pipe in the ground.
All right, do you have any questions? If you haven't already asked for Gemini?
Thank you, as all. Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it.
10.3 report budget and enrollment. Jenny, how did you?
Okay, so this is going to be a very quick report. Normally I don't do a PowerPoint at this time, but I was in between two PowerPoints. I was like, I had a PowerPoint for facilities, I had a PowerPoint for the next, kind of leads into the budget piece of the enrollment. So I said, well, let me just kind of throw it all into the PowerPoint. Then we're not scrambling looking at copies that I just printed for everyone. So just a quick review of our enrollment, then I'll go into some budget items. We have our current enrollment as of month 2, which was September 30th, was 2,889. So because our official month 2 fell, it's been 20 days. So it's, almost a month old by the time the next board meeting came. I did pull enrollment as of today and just want to see, well, how does it fluctuate? Because we're hearing that we had, constant enrollments that have come up. And as of today, district-wide, we're actually at 2,903. So we're a little bit higher. For 14 more students, of that, though, 12 were at RBA. So, yes, and so we had a month 2 to today fluctuation. We had overall, an increase of 2 students district-wide in every other program, but 12 alone was just in RBA. So I know we took some kids off of a wait list and got them in the school. So I was happy to see growth in that one area. So our corresponding ADA is 2,658.25. We are at a district ADA of 92.01. So we do have some schools. Oops. I don't know if I put that or mark. So we do have 2 schools that were doing very well, but overall our district level is still but below where we would want. Our average has been just over 93%. We want to strive to be 95% or higher, and we're at 92, better than the 89 last year.
Yeah.
But we still have a lot of work to do, I think, with incentives to keep kids in school and ensuring that ADA, because it will be a direct impact to our money. All right, we have Strive for 95. Our campaign, LAE is actually the winner of this month with 96%. So and we had Brent High 92.55, CHE 93.20. So we definitely have some that are at our average, but we need to keep striving for that 95%. My next steps here before we go on to the ESSER fund part of the budget report. My next steps is the update enrollment projection at first interim, because with a new enrollment projection has a new ADA projection, which feeds into our new budget projection going into the end of this year and then building it for the next 2 to 5 years. We continue our budget revisions, routine financial tasks, and to develop our multi-year projections and adjust the total LCFF if needed in the current and subsequent year based on what we've already projected. And then one of the items we have on our on our to-do lists is to review the capacity at each site and our facility utilization. Like what's our property and how are we using it? And, you know, and I know every classroom could be filled, it is here. You know, it's filled with storage and old desks and everything, but could it, you know, could a classroom be used for something else? And what is its purpose too? So that's what we do this time of year, so. Do you have any questions on enrollment?
That capacity study, that happens annually?
We do that annually, if not twice a year. We would, normally I would like to start tackling that in September. You know, at the end of August, get school started, look at September. We haven't even started it yet, largely because of the news.
I thought it was every other year. Anyway.
If we do it informally in-house, we might not have presented it to you every year. So that could be.
Thank you.
Okay, should I go ahead and move on right to the budget part of it? Okay, so. The next set. I could have probably combined them into one mark, I'm sorry. As we're getting that PowerPoint loaded up, you have a copy in front of you. And this is our review of COVID-19 response funds and a chance for us to set direction on continued spending by the district. That's okay. We also, at the end of the in September, when we presented the unaudited actuals, I presented to you a more detailed summary of every account, even some that were the district received in 2019-20 when the pandemic first started, and the status of those funds. I'm only presenting to you what we still have available, because some of those funds we received, you know, were in 2020 already been spent. We've already talked about it, you know, quite a few times. The first account is that our SR2 resource 3212. We had a balance carried forward for $727,419. So as we close the books and to 6/30/22, and then spent or encumbered. So we can have an encumbered, an obligated amount such as payroll, a position tied to someone, and they would be technically an encumbered. We may not have written the actual check yet because we're writing that check every month with payroll, but this represents either spent or encumbered funds. And you can see by the end of the year, we expect to fully utilize the SR2 dollars, which we that's purposeful in a way because we got the SR2 first, kind of a first in, first out method. It has a earlier spend by date than the SR3. So we wanted to spend these dollars first. And last year we had several, big ticket items like with extra staff and some items that we purchased with these dollars. And you can see there that we have staff that's obligated here. We've had some textbooks already purchased. We had our fans, our air units, our swamp coolers that we purchased, and some miscellaneous expenses.
Quick question on those, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
That CareSolace looks like the full cost.
Yes.
Of CareSolace for the year.
Mhm.
Awesome. And then is that the same for the laptop refresh or is that a partial?
That's a 1 year payment.
Wow,
So
okay.
it's a 3-year lease, so we'll be working on a renewal for the, it's mostly teachers and admin renewal that we'll need to bring to you before the end of this school year for the next 3 years. Mark and I have already talked about, we need to probably start working on that. And then it's approximately $50,000 a year each year for 3 years.
That's really helpful to have that covered.
Mm-hmm. This next one is a little hard to see on the screen up there, but this is our SR3 dollars. This is resource 3213. Because we hadn't spent a ton of the money yet, we had a balance carry forward for $5,196,920. And we do have some obligated, either spent or encumbered amounts, such as we allocated on a per pupil basis site discretionary dollars that the principals had at their discretion to work with their teams on what their needs were at their individual sites. We had some substitute pay, so we have some small dollar amounts. We had some items that were directly a savings, because in lieu of doing layoffs before the pandemic hit, when we were looking at some pretty steep reductions by our governor in school funding, we had layoffs on the docket. And so we were able to stall those layoffs with ESSER funds, and that remains. So we do have some general fund offsets at a counselor at the high school, some clerical, a maintenance worker. Those will, in our multi-year projections, we are going to wrap those back into the general fund, and then be able to reevaluate because of the increased COLAs and because of the increased funding that we received last year, kind of reevaluate and replan based on kind of a revised look at our, a new 3-year plan that we haven't really been doing besides the multi-year projections, and kind of see where cuts need to be made and when, because these cuts were really made 3 years ago. So do they still need to be made? Does something else need to be made? Or do we need to make, and what's the dollar amount? So we'll be presenting that to you by first interim. We had, food and dairy purchases that are directly related to the pandemic. We have the AMLOC, we've ended their contract at October 31st. So that is just estimating through October 31st, what our July 1 through October 31st total amount will be. We had some employee negotiated settlements from last year that carried over to this year with bargaining units. And then placeholder we have based on what plan was previously adopted and what decisions the prior superintendent and cabinet has made working with you. We have things that are on what would be like kind of the current committed list, but not spent yet. And that is, we have special education extra duty. We have the second round of our laptop refresh. So that would be the whole 3-year payment. We have our HVAC repairs and upgrade, which we're working with Snyder Electric for. Okay, and that was previously set aside. We have some admin PD goals. And we've now began looking and working with Arbinger Institute starting on November 1st. And that's directly to address our culture and climate at each of our school sites. So that would be some administrative training that we're going to be working on. We because we're not a district that's going to be benefiting from the extra transportation funds that some other districts, I won't be jealous, that are going to get, continue to utilize some extra free dollars to continue free bus passes for our students. Okay, what people probably been waiting for too. The next one item was band music repairs and replace, putting a placeholder in for $150,000. Site equipment repair and replace. We have custodial equipment repair and replace. They're one of the direct lines to keep our sites disinfected.
I'm sorry, Jenny, should there have been a pause for applause?
I don't see behind me, so. I don't know how many people's left. So
A lot of left.
okay. So we had admin on assignment and we had administrative costs as a placeholder for 2 years. Chromebook replacements, although we looked at setting aside some funds from the district office, sale and Blue Jay, so we have some areas. If we're going to use one pot of money, do we need it in another pot of money? Facility repairs, we were kind of thinking without really identifying. It could have taken all this money just going off of the list that Jim and I created, but is there something that's an immediate need that we could tackle with ESSER funds? Because really, the routine repair maintenance fund just doesn't have, without going a deeper contribution from our base, just isn't funded. And then of course we can, ESSER 2 and 3 were 2 accounts that we were able to charge indirect costs to. And that is all of our time, our principal's times, and that's kind of recouping purchasing time just an indirect cost rate, so setting aside, if the district chooses to charge that indirect cost to this account. So after some of those placeholder amounts taken from the original board approved plan with some tweaks as, things have developed, or we can't do this and we want to do this. We still have $853,000 then to identify on, what we would want to do with these funds, and we have to spend them by September 2024. I'll pause there too, because I just said a really big mouthful, so.
A couple questions. For starters, so that 853 is in addition to all of the different suggested allocations that you just listed, right?
Right.
Okay. Have we already figured out what our costs are going to be, because we'll be taking on what AMLC was doing and instead we're going to be covering it in-house? Are we comfortable with the fact that we have that ability and that's paid for?
Okay, so we looked at all extensively, and obviously Jenny and Marissa have done a large spreadsheet to incorporate what's still left with COVID, which still is a considerable amount of work to do. So between our district nurse Maury and risk management for some workers' comp portions of that, HR processing leads, the lead end of that, and then possibly potentially a board position that is on for your consideration this evening, absorbing the remainder of that, and that'd be the director of public affairs, absorbing the remainder of that workload that comes from the removal of the AMLLC contract. So in addition to that, we were toying between, does it come out of the ESSER funds that we are recouping, or do we need this as that $800,000 remaining balance? Right now, we're leaving it as the $800,000 remaining balance. I think we can satisfy the cost of that position differently. We started off the year with 5 teachers on special assignment TOSA position. One of our wonderful teachers on special assignment actually moved up to the high school and became a high school assistant principal. Yes, you. And so we didn't fill that position. We didn't fill that position for a couple of reasons. One, we have a sub shortage across the district, and so pulling a teacher out of the classroom and having them be a TOSA would probably be a further stretch on that. So we didn't fill it for that reason. And then we really wanted to see, are we maximizing the amount of report TOSA that we still have within the Ed Services Department, and working to see if we can't work within that allotment. On the move from Mr. Hansen from the Director of Special Services to the Assistant Superintendent of PHR, that backfills, his backfill position still remains open. We're thinking of possibly sliding that TOSA position into a TOSA for special ed. So now there'd be a there would be a 2-person team to really triangulate on the special ed plan and implementation of the things that they need to do to kind of shore up special ed and get some attention to special ed. And that would really allow that director position to float over into the Director of Public Affairs. So there, with all of the shuffling, we still stay within our budgetary needs. We have not plus added any employee, but saw the potential coverage of the job duties left over from the elimination of AMLLC. So the long answer to a short question.
Thank you. And there's a lot to be determined in terms of what the actual how it's going to stress our system, and we already have folks pretty stretched thin. So that would, but if we have the $850,000 still unallocated, that is something that we can revisit later if we're not able to cover those responsibilities.
Absolutely. So that's kind of our second safety net. If we can work within our own means, we prefer to do that. And then as the shifts and changes happen with the funding that we already have allocated, then through that needs assessment, other needs may come to the surface. We want to be very mindful that we need to have some sort of money left over to address other needs and concerns that are coming. If you go to the second page, we're going to talk about additional concerns that we may be able to cover as well. Again, trying to work within our own needs, and if we can't, we have the safety net there to use. And we have a couple years to use it, so it's things are going to creep up along the way. We want to have the ability to meet those needs.
I also wanted to ask about the employee negotiated settlement.
So that is part of the negotiations with both the bargaining units last year, when there was the 2,500 per year for 2 years stipend amount. And that was to cover really some added time and stress for working under COVID conditions, right? For you know, that impact in the classroom, or that impact in the office, or that impact. And so that was a 2-year agreement for that $2,500 stipend. So is there any other questions on the ESSER 3, the resource 3213? So, okay, the next slide is resource.
Yes, how soon can they buy vehicles?
We haven't done it yet.
I know.
So, I'm just presenting the plan and the current spreadsheet right now. So ESSER 3 was broken up into 2 pots of money. So ESSER 3 with resource goal 3213 and ESSER 3 with resource goal 3214. And that number probably I'm the only one in the room that cares about that number, but that is part of our state accounting account number string, and it's the resource account number. So ESSER 3 for this learning loss is 3214 for us. It's 3214 for Redlands, for Sacramento, for Humboldt, for San Diego. So it's part of the state account code structure. But it's because we have to. It also identifies the source, so it plays into kind of a naming convention also. 3214 learning loss is the restricted portion of ESSER 3, which the 3213 really was largely unrestricted. Yes, it was to address the COVID pandemic and what districts were working on under that, but it gave a lot of way for districts to do some just discretionary spending for. The ESSER 3 learning loss is restricted. And it's restricted for really supplemental addressing the learning loss and targeting to students. So these funds cannot be used for like the HVAC process or our project, but it can be for direct services to students and for students' needs. And I'm gonna kind of tag team this one with Dr. Berger.
Yeah. So within this plan, we really have not apportioned this amount of money. We have some options that are listed below. So before after school interventions and meeting with Brighton Park and meeting with the Boys and Girls Club and then some of the other local agencies, we really realized that we have 2 major school sites that are left more exposed without services, and that would be DOE and that would be CHE. So one of our first goals within that public affairs position is really to develop that partnership and have some sort of after school program to service DOE and CHU. We know that that's a need for our families. It's also a need for our students, and that would have a direct line to increase student achievement by having some, site-based intervention, tuition or tutoring or site-based intervention that students can participate in. Summer learning opportunities are also listed. I know that Mr. Hansen and myself have been working on how do we start building towards the summer and putting in programs that are going to serve our students. We know that we have to do it on the special education side, and we also have to do it for the learning loss on the general education side. So putting those things in place, we would be utilizing these funds to do that. We also will use, our own staff, if they want to work during the summer, and if we can't do that, then we'll have creative means to get staffing to either do a sub-pool or marketing in different areas to make sure that we have some sort of learning loss opportunities for our kids. Addressing DNF rates. I know. And making sure that we're looking at the curriculum and the instruction side, how that builds into what our teachers teach every single day, how to strengthen first best instruction in the classroom to reduce those DNF rates. But then when DNF rates do happen, how do you provide remediation and credit recovery for students? So we're currently working with Mountain and Rim High to
create plans both within the school day or outside of the school day for remediation. That also includes the credit recovery. We do have sections of the high school that are dedicated to that. We need to expand that a little bit more. So we help kids recover credits quicker, and keep them on track for high school graduation. In and out of this fund, we are looking at textbook adoption, and different assessment purchases. One of those would be the science curriculum. So, Heather is actually working on the science curriculum adoption plan this year. 2 pilot programs will be adopted or selected, chosen, and then they will be put in place by teachers. And then hopefully she will be bringing that recommendation along with teachers, bringing that recommendation to the board along about which science curriculum we'll be purchasing. And that should be around April or May of this year. And that was part of this part of my math intervention. We know that math program is essential, working with our current math OSA. We call Mr. Tosa, to make sure that we not only service the high school method intervention, but also go down into intermediate and then elementary. Average opportunities is one of the areas where we can pull from this fund, and then student social emotional support. I met with the counselors across our district, and we kind of looked at where are the needs social emotionally that they need added services in terms of counseling services. We know that we have shifted a counselor to meet a significant need at VOE. We do want to backfill LAE and CHE with counseling support. We know that they currently don't have a structured person. We're working on that. This could be part of the funds to do that. Obviously, if the board decision. The other areas where we do have counseling need is Mountain and RVA. So we're looking, they don't have someone to schedule kids, change classes, transcript, do all of the things that an academic counselor would do. So we do know that there's a need for both RVA and not, I was to think about the acronyms. As they're growing, especially RVA has grown, and we grew up to almost 86. So that is a good thing. And then finally, there has been some concern with MPH wanting an additional counselor. They had 2 last year with COVID dollars. That person left the district and moved. And so the question is, do we replace that person or not with this level of funding? And then finally, at the high school, we do have wellness centers, a wellness center where we have friend family counseling and not counseling services provided. We do need also to have that service. We have to have a credentialed teacher or counselor, some credentialed individual inside of that room as well to be compliant with the education code. So that is a need that we have that may draw on the social emotional support and could pull from this funding. So we have to decide where we would want to put resources in. My suggestion is prioritize them and go with the greatest need first, try to satisfy that, and then satisfy as far as they can go. But that will be coming back in a different board meeting. We are just setting aside funding for that.
Did you make this in order of greatest need?
The greatest need that we have currently, not to negate all the other needs, there's 2 other very top of the list. One is the wellness center having that staff for the production person, because we want to keep the other family services in there providing services. And they do, but at the need a credentialed supervisor or someone, in the vicinity, just to be maintained the legal realm of that. The other one is Mountain and RVA with the number of students influxing, and you do need someone changing schedules, keeping up with their credits when they finish credits, enrolling them in different classes that they need to keep them moving along. And so actually I would say that Mountain and RVA would be the top priority. And then room high and the wellness center would be the second.
Okay, so any other questions on this page?
That's you. Somebody has another one in there.
A question on the before and after school interventions. I know that learning loss occurred across all subjects across the nation. What would be some examples of before and after school interventions? Could it be something like music recovery? Because we heard from students tonight talking about how the pandemic affected their mental health when they can play.
You can, once we build the before and after school program, and we do have additional funds outside of this that could augment before and after, and probably be a little bit longer going than just this ESSER fund. So the ELAP fund in conjunction with these funds could have a sustainable funding model tied to that. But yes, we would start off with readings and definitely math intervention. But then you could expand depending on who you have. We have community members who would want to teach classes, they don't have to be certificated teachers, but we're after school. So we do have a little bit more leeway than we do within the instructional time. So you could add programs that people are interested in teaching and students are interested in learning.
Thank you, yeah, kind of didn't. Yeah, it is fine, thank you.
Okay, we have a couple other little kind of pots, because the funding came and kind of scattered in little pots of money. We do have some unspent funds also that are for the homeless children and youth. And there's another kind of pot in a couple pages where so some homeless dollars are mandated for us to spend too. And so with this is, I want you to know the dollar amount. It's not part of the ESSER plan. I did want, because it's COVID response dollars, I included it. And then this is something we would want to plan with our special services department. And we can really look at what do our homeless children and youth have, what kind of access barriers to access of education are they facing, and learning loss specific to them. So on the next page, you're going to see a set aside for $55,000, and there will be some. This is more of the string of the money needs to actually go to the kid. So we will have to be targeted on those students, not just hope that these students participate. It will be these two pots of dollars specifically for them. And with our expanded learning opportunities grant, not to confuse it with expanded learning opportunities program that the state named a different pot of money, the same name, just grant versus program. So I always think that's kind of funny. I'm not making fun of. So it was resource 70, 425 and 26. And then because of how the state funded us, it was really when we board approved our ELOG grant, it was one pot of money then. But how the state was funded with the by the federal government under COVID, it came to us in about 6 different resource codes, but it's really one program as far as any of us want to to have to think about it. I'm keeping track of it in the account codes. I have to keep track of it in. That's why I kind of lay it out that way. So it's not commingled, although it's one program, the uses are the same. We had a set aside specifically for paraprofessionals and specifically for homeless youth. And other than that, this is a learning loss program as well. So we have fully expended the 7425 by the end of this fiscal year. We will have fully expended the 7425 and the 7426 kind of portions of these fundings. With the exception of the set aside for the homeless of 55,000. We have not committed those dollars yet, so we want to create that plan with special services. As far as the remaining funds, moving forward, we had 943,000 carried over into this year. We haven't spent any of the 3,000 resource portions of these funds, although our math intervention services at Rowan High School, we will have to kind of split fund between the two account numbers and tap into some of this money to finish that, this school year with that personnel. But part of our previous board approved ELOG plan had wellness and beautification, summer school, increase the A to G courses by making our courses that aren't A to G. I know we have a few still. One Spanish 4. Okay. Then this funds can be used to help that. So we had, but when we look at these different plans and the different pots of money, really we had kind of the themes were continuing where you saw address the DNF rates, math interventions, credit recovery, counseling and SEL. So really in each of these pots of money, you know, our focus kind of hasn't, it's remained unchanged when we put these plans together almost now 3 years ago. So in the previously board approved plan, teacher extra duty for homework hotline, like I said, addressing DNF rates, credit recovery, and SEL report. Within this is also restricted. So kind of within that those types of services we need to stay, but maybe in the exact what or the how, we would have the liberty to make those changes. But this is restricted in nature too. We can't, you know, buy a bus or do an HVAC project at this point.
So I have a question in terms of addressing DF rates, because that is a layered issue. What have we started this conversation about? What does that look like? Because it is not, because the fact is that after school tutoring doesn't really necessarily work when you only have 10 kids that show up or so. So I guess those are conversations in terms of how do you address the DF rates that really need to be layered and nuanced.
Well, there's a good thing, because it has brought to my attention too that over the course of the last year with the grading, 50%. So that last year there was a grading change that was made, but it was cemented inside of board policy, which means we can't just revert that back to the old way of grading. And that has been brought up to both Heather and myself in terms of we want to revisit that, we want to start these conversations, we want to talk about that to see, is that now moving forward out of the COVID environment, the pandemic environment, into like an endemic environment, transitioning, is that still the right decision? And so the board policy holds it in place. And so we are now having, if we do want to have that conversation, change with the teachers, it forces us to have a conversation. So we're going to have to, under the heavy scheduling conversations for a couple of different topics, curriculum wise, with different subsets of teachers. And we're going to have to go out, especially at high and VH, and have those conversations with staff to see how do we want to do that, or how do we have that conversation on grading and with the DF data, and determine really how are we going to embrace and attack this in terms of not just changing grades, but actually having students perform better because they have learned the material better. And so how do we support that to the teacher side, and then how do we support that on the student side? And it's going to take both teacher instruction, but also intervention on the student side.
And I guess that's my concern, is that the after school intervention is really not working, really. So it has to be during the midday intervention. And what does that look like? Does that force a change, so to speak, in master schedule? Does it, I mean, there's so many different layers to the conversation to make sure that when we have the kid, during the hours that we have the kid, that those interventions are really in place that time instead of after school, especially at the high school level, because there's so many that play sports or they work or they babysit, and so they're just not available for after school tutoring, and it's a vicious cycle.
Speaking to that with the DNF rate, is there any room in the master schedule to possibly have those students who fail first semester take first semester again in the second semester, so they don't have to wait a full year, or possibly have to move on to second semester curriculum if they're not ready for it, having failed first semester? Is there a possibility to visit that?
So I think we can visit a lot of different things. We've already started visiting your master schedule. We've met with counselors. We're meeting with counselors tomorrow. In fact, so we've really taken the liberty here in October to kind of identify some of those things that we have to start talking about and addressing, and then really brainstorming. That could be one of the ideas. Absolutely, brainstorming as to how do we begin to solve it on, as we said, on a schedule level, meaning the actual periods of the day, and then on a master schedule level, which is the sections in the periods of the day, actual classes, and what we choose to offer. So,
could RDA also be included as one of the solutions?
yes. And a blend or a hybrid, which we currently don't have.
We didn't build it to have a hybrid component. And that's another thing that we have talked about between the two schools.
Okay, so that concludes the presentation, unless you have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. 10.4, presentation on fentanyl awareness. Ms. Brenda Brown, as a community member. Thank you for joining us. We have a clicker here. Mark, do you have another clicker?
Thanks, you. You guys look at this. This is nothing. It's supposed to be it's just pass it down. Okay, so my name is Bernadette Brown and I go by Bunny. I've been a mountain resident for over 50 years. And I was fortunate enough to be able to be, I was fortunate enough to be an OB, perinatal and postpartum nurse for 22 years up here. Needless to say, I met a lot of mothers for a very long time, and we built a bond. And now, about 2 or 3 years ago, I started running into these mothers, and they would always give me an update. You know, oh, my God, kids in college, and da da da. And now 3 and the last actually 12 months have told me that their child died of fentanyl, and it just breaks me up. So I was asked to do a brief overview of our national epidemic of fentanyl, and also it's our mountain epidemic as well. So okay, we don't need to see that. Fentanyl definitely has changed the face of drug overdose. It's a fentanyl is generally just an accidental overdose. They don't consider it a drug overdose. It's accidental. So anyway, the young adults are the biggest abusers of fentanyl. And this is scary. The 14 to 18-year-olds are the fastest growing deaths from fentanyl now. And that's nationwide. So, and the majority are just high functioning adults, you know, or kids. So the US has seen a major spike in overdose deaths, and the number of deaths from among 10 to 14 years old tripled in 1 year. And once again, you know, this includes middle school. So we have had drugs, we have had drugs that were used in school. I worked for an outside district for about, well, in college for about 12, 14 years. And I can't tell you how many kids that we didn't know what was wrong with them. It was obvious an opiate, but we didn't have Narcan. We did not have anything to do with them for them except to call 911. And down there, it's about 7 to 9 minutes to respond to one of our schools down where I worked. And brain death happens within 7 minutes. So these kids, we could have given them Narcan right away and started that process of healing. Okay, this is a lot of times what the kids like to use is emojis. And it changes like every week because they're on, you know, they know that the feds are on them. So if you look down on the second one, it says large batch of cookies. Then you go to high potency is the third one over, and then you go up to Xanax. So what that means is I have just received a large batch of high potency Xanax, and I will deliver to your school. And this has happened, you know, over and over again. And then the kids just keep changing the emojis. And the majority of fentanyl is by social media. You know, they just go on there and would like to, you know, they order something. The dealer will actually go to their home and to the bedroom window, and then, you know, they do an exchange like that. That's happened many, many times.
Okay, so fentanyl, it's a synthetic opiate. It's super easy to make, which is why everyone's on board now. 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. And if you look at the little picture I have, heroin, that's the amount that will kill you. And then if you look at fentanyl, it's about 6 grains that will kill you. So these dealers don't really use a measuring cup or a tablespoon. They just, randomly just make them out and then put them back in a pill form and sell them. Okay, so this is what fentanyl looks like. But now, as everyone knows, we've got the candy like fentanyl, and that is extremely dangerous for our young kids. And that, I mean, the DEA, which has told us that 4 out of 10 pills of fentanyl causes potential lethal, can be a lethal dose. So 4 out of 10 coming across the border, which is Mexico and China are the big ones. And 4 out of 10 will kill you out of those pills. Now they also deliver it in powders. They spray marijuana with it, and it can come in any form. Okay, so the opiate triad of symptoms, basically pinpoint pupils, respiratory depression, and decreased level of consciousness. So we saw that at my other school district. I was the health service coordinator for that school district. And we saw it all the time. And we had nothing to help this child with, nothing except call 911. So obviously, as a nurse, I'm ready to do respiratory breathing, but it was useless. All I can say is that fentanyl now is becoming the norm. I called 14 school districts surrounding here, and the majority actually have fentanyl on board, on the school, the security officers, whatnot like that. So it's really taking a turn now.
What are pinpoint pupils?
Oh, very tiny, very tiny. They get really big when you're in the dark because you have to see a lot. And then when it's really bright, they get pinpoint. So, and they usually don't change. Like if you put a flashlight there, it's stay pinpoint.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So brain damage happens within 3 to 5 minutes. Death will occur within 7 to 10 minutes without oxygen. Now I talked to the Lake Arrowhead Fire Department, and also the Sheriff's Department and the coroners. Average response for the paramedics to come to the school is 7 to 8 minutes. So if they have, they get caught with that light over by the dam, you're sitting there for 10 minutes, and it's just, I cannot express the need for fentanyl, which is the #1 component to rescue.
Well, and that's under the assumption that you find someone who has used that moment, right? And we often don't find somebody until
they've been passed. But as a nurse, I'm still obligated to do CPR. I carry Narcan in my car now. I saw one gentleman, he was on the side of the road and there was no car there. So I guess he must have walked there. And he was like passed out on, on the pullout. And I'm like, wake up. And I'm sure he was on some kind of like opiate. And I had to call 911. And, I felt so useless when I know there is Narcan available. So now I carry it. You do not need a prescription for it. You can buy it over the counter. It costs me about $15 for a box of 2. And they give you 2. I use the nasal sprays. Those are the easiest, most effective. It only takes 1 squirt in the nostril. Then you wait. They should recover. If they don't recover within 2 to 3 minutes, then you give the second one in the other nostril. By then, hopefully help will be coming, So
what would be the risk if somebody wasn't on fentanyl or something else and you were
Nothing.
That's
Nothing.
the amazing part about it. If you suspect that that's what's happening and you give Narcan, it won't hurt anyone in any kind of way if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it will not hurt you. If you have an opiate on board, like say Percocet or something like that, it'll reverse it. But fentanyl is hidden, and that's why they call it the silent killer, because it's hidden in so many different medications. We had one lady, the kid, she died at 13 where I was working, and she took a pill from her mom's medicine cabinet. Well, the mom was addicted. And what they do is they put them in Motrin bottles or Vicodin bottles. So the husband doesn't know, whatnot like that. It's a big secret. And if we could just get it out in the open and start to work with these students and families, it'll be a huge improvement. So the DEA confiscated 4 times the amount seized in 2017 of Narcan, and that was in 2021. The Border Patrol estimates they only confiscate about 10% of the fentanyl coming across the border. It's so tiny, like I said, it only takes 6 or 7 grains, like a thing of salt, right? That will kill you. So it's really easy to bring it over the border. That's why they only get 10%.
A quick question, forgive the ignorance, counterfeit fentanyl, it says, is there a difference between fentanyl and counterfeit?
Illicit fentanyl. Fentanyl is used in the hospitals, and it is for acute pain, like coming out of surgery. It's not meant to go on and on and on because you get very addicted. After about 7 or 8, this is according to CDC, and all of these statistics I'm throwing at you are from the CDC, the county coroner, the task force, Department of Public Health, and and I have them all listed there in tiny little letters if you want to look them up. Okay, but this is all credible people in companies that I am getting this information from. Now, if you look at this is 2020. It's a little deceiving. California, you have the blue is deaths, the orange is emergency visits, and the gray is hospitalizations. So you're looking at this for California, and you're thinking, wow, we're doing really good. Look at, there's only that many deaths. Well, the thing is that now what's happening is people carry Narcan. And they do it on a buddy system, they'll do it with 2 people. With the COVID happening and whatnot, it was really difficult because everyone was by themselves. So there was a lot of deaths. But so now people are taking Narcan. They still have to go to the hospital, but they're living. So once again, you got, 2020, if you go back like 2017, the deaths skyrocketed and the hospitalization were very low because they didn't make it to the hospital. And then there you got San Bernardino County, 288 deaths in 2020, and then 820 hospitalizations or to the ER. Okay, so according to San Bernardino coroner, fentanyl deaths have increased in our county by 6% in 1 year. So generally that's very low. But like I said, people are getting smart and they're having Narcan on board. That doesn't mean that they're going to live through it. Like if they've been by themselves, and they died, say 10 minutes ago, Narcan's not going to help. It has to be a recent exposure. So if you look at this is our surrounding towns, and the blue is 2020 and the green is 2021. So once again, Big Bear doubled in 1 year. Running Springs stayed the same. Lake Arrowhead actually has the highest number of deaths. So, and like I said, the majority of people that are using this, majority is 18 to 45. But the fastest growing group is the younger group. So that's very important that middle school and elementary, everyone needs to be educated, the families, the teachers, staff, and the students. And originally, I do have one a little more intense for the students, lengthy. But I just wanted to give you a quick overview to let you know the dangers that we have in our community. So once again, Lake Arrowhead is the highest, which was surprising for me. And then these are suggested fentanyl videos. They're very good. Pillar High is 40 minutes, Dead on Arrival is 20, and it was filmed locally. Pillar High was in Fresno. There's California Ed Code, school districts may provide emergency naloxone, which is Narcan, to school nurses or trained personnel who have volunteered. So we are protected by the Good Samaritan Act. Just even Joe Blow, off the street, if he's got Narcan and he comes in, he says, I have Narcan, then anyone that's been trained on it, it's about a 10-minute training. You saw the little nasal spray, one squeeze, and then, 3 minutes later, the other one. Anyone that is unlicensed or licensed, the unlicensed, they have agreed to do it. You don't want to force them to do it. But if, as long as they agree to be trained, we are covered by California Ed Code, and then also our Good Samaritan Act. So here's Narcan. This is a little video on it. It's a 3-minute video. It's really good. Here we go with the local adolescents drug rehab centers. Unfortunately, the only one that will accept Medi-Cal, which is, I think, the majority of us, on the mountain have Medi-Cal, at least, where I was working, they did. Tarzana Treatment Center, and they take not insured and Medi-Cal. So, and that's an inpatient. It's inpatient. So, they also do outpatient, but inpatient is really what the kids need if they're already dabbling along with this, So, anyway, you guys can look at that stuff if you want. These are all my references. And I have been in contact with our sheriff department up here, and I was happy to find out that they have a couple fentanyl task forces. They only work on fentanyl. And that's all they do. So there's a couple of them he set up here, which really, really is good. But I think now is what we have to do, what we need to do is get the word out. That's number one. Get the word out and educate. When at the other school district, I was doing PTA meetings, back to school nights, anything I could reach out to those parents. And then also I had a presentation ready for the students in class, and it was approved by our curriculum council to show it to the students. But then I retired, and so here I am. Is there any questions? No? So I just would like to once again tell you that I'm hoping that you all will approve Narcan to be in the board policy. I looked at it a little earlier, I didn't see it. So it's crucial because like I said, it's more of the norm now. You could actually, I would think that if you don't have it, and just like if you don't have the EpiPen for severe allergies, you would be liable for that because we're not doing our due diligence for our students. So that's it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Bonnie, was the PowerPoint emailed to the board?
Yes, okay, and I took out a lot of it. I have a longer version of it, but because of time restraints, I just wanted to hit the high point or the low points.
We appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure, no problem.
Thank you for staying.
Yeah, I know, I'm doing it.
11.0 reports and presentations, setting direction. 11.1 legislative update report, board of trustees, Cindy Garza.
So due to time, I'm gonna make it kind of brief because we are done with the legislative session. First of all, I wanted to let you guys know that I brought back our points of discussion for the Sandow state and federal platforms. So the idea of recalibrating the unduplicated count, how we collect that information, we're going to do that and put it under fair and full funding on the state platform. How that looks is a whole entire conversation because the whole idea of basing it on poverty, like 250% of the poverty level, requires some information from parents that they may not want to give, and then would require hard work by our staff that would take more time than what currently takes to collect that information on the free and reduced lunch. So that's a discussion that happened at the state level. Then the other part is the enrollment versus ADA. So Kevin Gordon said that that is a whole workshop study. So it's going to be agendized on the next stand-up meeting where we're going to go in depth on enrollment versus ADA. And what that is, I'll bring back to you guys. The facilities we talked, it's already on the platform, but we did have a conversation about the fact that a state facility bond really needs to be on the 2024 ballot. So anyways, I just wanted to let you know that those couple of points have been included in the state and federal platform. Then we talked about, I sent you guys the video and the federal update. On the federal side, in your board docs, that is information. The Congress passed the temporary funding bill that keeps the government going through December 16th. So we'll see how that works out after the election. Then there's a couple of different grants, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which aims to reduce the risk of gun violence in schools and communities. So that is a grant that is going down to the states. Also, you have a couple other ones like the school-based mental health services grant program and the mental health service professional demonstration grant program. I love all those big lengthy titles. So those are grants that will be being set down to the states that we can look into applying for to see if they are pertinent and whether we would be qualified for. In the update, we talked about the 2 kindergarten bills quite a bit, the mandatory kindergarten and the all-day kindergarten. The governor vetoed those, but the message was really about looking at all the bills on his desk. If any of them would require continued ongoing funding and it wasn't in the budget, had already been negotiated in the budget, he was vetoing like crazy. People were surprised that he vetoed these 2 bills. So Kevin Gordon said, expect these to come back if he's elected to a second term, because these 2 bills fit entirely within his focus of early childhood education. So the big reason he talked about this was that there would be 10 billion more when we talk about all-day kinder. It would cost 10 billion more in ongoing funds and 20 billion in one-time funds for a cost of $30 billion that wasn't negotiated in the budget. And he just felt that at this time, while he's running for re-election, maybe that would not be a good message to send. So he decided to keep his messaging the same across all detailing of the bills on his desk that would cost additional money, not in the budget. Then we have an interesting bill, AB 1667, which was an HR bill. And then as Senate Bill 731, apparently we used to be able to see prior convictions and then we weren't. And now we can see prior convictions if we're doing employment. We can see prior convictions even if the record had been expunged, so that LEs can do a better job in doing its due diligence. So that's a big win, because we talk about all the time, when somebody comes to us, whether it's a student or employee, do we see everything? Is everything passed from one place to another? So that was a good thing for districts in doing their due diligence. And the last bill I want to talk about is AB 2774. That was a bill by Assembly Member Weber, first introduced by her mom. So anyways, it would have added on the additional category of students, the lowest performing students, another student group to keep track of. It was withdrawn because apparently there was a conversation between Assembly Member Weber and the governor, and what the governor has is intending is to address this within the budget come January. Because of the additional costs involved, he wants it negotiated within the budget and to add this category. So get ready for that, Heather. Yet another change. So the last thing in terms of the discussion, Sandow's really is focusing on outreach. How do we get advocacy, information about the bills, information on our platforms, information out to boards and across the entire county, the 32 school districts? There are different ways in which it's being done. We just want to be more effective. There are boards and there's school districts that aren't on standouts, whether they're superintendent or they're a board member. And so one of the ways is how do we reach out to them and give this information? So real discussion on improving communication across the county. And then the last thing is how are we going to work with CSBA and ALSA in the Washington, DC trip? Do we go on coast to coast? That's scheduled for April, and then do some side meetings on our own. How is that going to look? Or do we do a separate Washington, DC trip, but make it, many weeks, months after the fact, so that people in Washington, DC aren't like going, oh, we talked to California just 2 weeks ago, and now we're talking to California again. So we're talking about advocacy at Washington, DC in the most effective way and impactful way to do that trip. So that's exciting because that was planned and then COVID hit and we were disappointed that we didn't get that trip. So next update is not going to be until January when the fund starts. In terms of Kevin Gordon and Capital Advisors, their updates to Sandow's. Sandow's in the meantime is going to be working heavily on their platforms and on their plan for increasing and improving communication on our 3-year plan. We developed plans and we're going to be working on that plan and the executive portion. So that's any questions? No, you really can't. No. Okay. But I am excited that I found this interesting when we were talking about what other boards do. We have it on as a legislative report. Other boards do. Apple Valley does. Some superintendents who sit on Sandow's, they just disperse the information to their board via just a regular email communication. But when I said that, we actually had a conversation about the platforms. And I'm bringing back the feedback from you guys. They were like, you actually talked about it in your ledge report and got feedback on the platforms? I'm like, yeah, what do you guys do? Do you not talk about this stuff? Do you not ask your board members for their input and bring it back? And they all looked at me like nobody else. I was like, well, okay, way to go, Rim. First one to apparently do this stuff. So we're breaking new ground, guys. Apparently we're doing it awesome.
And our intention in discussing it too is to also educate our community members to be aware of what's going on and what we come down the road. I know there's so many people on YouTube watching right now, so
all two of them.
Thank you for educating them. But I think that we're doing our part.
It's just funny, but no board had a discussion on the state and federal platforms and what kind of input. I was like, wow, okay, well, I'm just gonna give the RIM report then.
All right, we good? 11.2 Equity and Social Justice Committee Report for the trustee.
So as I hope most of you know, we last year really committed to developing an active focus on equity and social justice. We formed a committee that included administrators, included students, included alumni, included board members, and so it was included faculty. There was a cross section of people that participated. I remember we presented 13 or 14 different recommendations to the board. I can kind of remind you of them. We actually developed a mission statement that still needs to be reviewed, and what's the future of that mission statement? How does that fit in with our larger mission statement for the school district? So with that, some of the programs, some of the recommendations that we made, number one was that the EL program would have more access to programs, that we really wanted EL students to have an opportunity to do anything and to really get some rigorous training in their education. When the program equity and revision of all practices, really look at what we're doing as a district in equity. We were concerned about the discipline matrix and how that might be need to be updated, what interventions might need to be done there. We suggested that there needed to be professional development for climate and control, and we're talking about the climate of our campuses. We have things that keep happening on their campuses, and we need to work on that. We need more inclusion programs that and assemblies and activities that focus on acceptance. How do we accept one another and diversity and different people and different dynamics of individuals? How are we going to do that? We wanted to, number 6, to create safe places. And when we said this, we realized that we have something like the wellness center at the high school, but we don't have safe places at all of our campuses. However, maybe a safe place is just my classroom. It might be the principal's office, but we really said that needs to be thought through. Where are those safe places for students? We suggested that there needs to be a marketing of inclusive and accepting activities. There need to be experiences where we can actually teach children as well as staff about inclusion. We need to increase community involvement and have business partnerships and alumni come back and work on inclusion. We can learn from them and from people who have experienced maybe challenges in their life. We want to expand student participation in activities and programs. We want to expand. One of the things that I think was a big one was Avid has great strategies that have been really working well with students. And we think that those Avid strategies ought to spread across the district and programs and activities going along with them. We suggested that there ought to be supervision and training for those who are on the buses. That unfortunately, there's a lot of bullying that takes place on buses. And so we suggested that there needs to be some further training. I personally know that there's school districts that have additional people on the bus just for that purpose, because for some reason, I'm not sure why, but a bus driver has problems trying to discipline children when they're driving at the front. I guess they just can't, multitask. I'm sorry, that shouldn't be humorous, because that is really serious, a very serious issue. There are serious things taking place. And may I just make a comment that I was walking along Lake Drive 2 days ago in front of Lake Gregory in the hardware store. One of our buses pulled up to the crosswalk, turned on its red lights, sat there for about a minute to make sure that there was no traffic. And then a car came through the intersection right past our bus in its red lights. So we don't have the issue just within the bus, the behavior on the bus, but we have the problem of the issue of the people outside the bus. We just need more work done there. 12 was, we really see the value of translation services. We need meetings sometimes that are being translated into Spanish or maybe even other languages, but especially Spanish. We need to have meetings that are in Spanish and maybe need to be translated into English. There needs to be some dual understanding of that. And then finally, we suggested a review of the student handbook and the policies that our students are under, and we need to review some of those discipline things. With that, Dr. Fricker is going to provide a short presentation on what steps have been taken already this year with regard to recommendations from the committee. Dr. Fricker.
Perfect, thank you. So, first and foremost, we are going to continue forward. Maybe I've met several times with some principals and picking out students, making sure that we take this initiative, and move it forward. Given some of the instances that we have seen just at the start of the school year, I just want to thank Mr. Williamson for your partnership with us and moving this important work to the next level and carrying that through throughout this year. So first of all, our children are very, they're our most important asset. They're our most important gift. And so we have an obligation to create a warm and welcoming and inclusive environments for them to live and to learn. And it's really important that we embody that, no matter if they're a TKer or they go all the way through and they're a graduating senior. So they are a precious child, and we owe that. We are their parents when they are with us, and so that's a distinct responsibility that we cherish. Access, equity, and inclusion is really the focal point from the administrative offices, administrative side this year. Definitely, we're looking at what access means, what equity means, inclusion means. Are there barriers within our district? Are there barriers within some of the protocols and practices we have that were additional to the work that the committee had already found? We know that there's more depth to that work that we need to continue to grow and go forward. Some progress to date with some of the items that Bill just mentioned with regard to the EL program, EL teacher on assignment. I know that out of the Ed Services office, we are really looking at our EL programs and making sure that that is top priority for our students so that they can access all parts of the curriculum. It was brought up about Spanish 4. And we don't have AC Spanish either, so that's an issue. I've already talked to Mr. Williams about this, so I know you're on it, right?
Next week.
Right. And you're Thursday. So, but no, seriously, there are certain classes that you really can put our PL students in, like vocal music, where they can sing and they sing in a choral response where they're not singled out and they actually can develop more language easier than if they were in a classroom where they had to speak independently. So, thinking of different strategies, working with our counselors, we talked several strategies with our counseling team when we met with them last month, and we'll continue to do that. Program equity and revision of all practices. This is where our needs assessment comes in. We really need to take a deeper dive in terms of other areas that are presenting barriers for our families and our students to access our curriculum and do well and achieve what we know that they can. The discipline matrix, this is something that MPH and Ms. Whiteside, we are kind of spearheading on with regard to what is that diagram with our discipline matrix and how are we actually serving students, but be making the behavioral changes, modifications that we know that they need to, but in a learned capacity and not so much in a punitive capacity where there isn't learning. So we are going to be taking a deep dive this year. Roundtable discussions with principals begin October 25th. And then we're going to be looking at revising that discipline matrix and removing barriers and then increasing the focus on learning. Professional development, climate and culture. This is one of the areas where I think across the board, across the district, this is our major initiative to really look at the climate and culture that we want to set moving forward for RIM. That will begin November 1st at our professional development day. I know that Heather has put a tremendous amount of work in finding and orchestrating different agencies to come and give us that professional development to both classified and certificated staff. And then we will continue that work as mentioned before by Jenny with the Arbinger Institute. Again, I thank you to Heather for her work in that, and that will become the work of our management focus moving forward. So that's the focus that will guide our work and guide the professional development throughout the year. Inclusive programs, assemblies, activities is going to be focused on acceptance. We want the principals to really look at the activities that they put forth, those assemblies they put forth. That will be a roundtable discussion on October 25th. And then making sure that we use our survey data to make sure that information comes back to us with what is working for students, what's working for families, what's working for staff, and then how do we can change our plans moving forward. We talked about Challenge Day. I know that MPH is looking at Challenge Day. A lot of different good things can happen when we look at the plan, there's a funding source that needs to go along with that, so we're gonna have to discuss that in sustainable fashions to make sure that whatever we put forward, we're able to sustain over the long term. And our 3-year plans do have a fiscal component in them, so we'll fill that in. Create safe places, and social and emotional support. Met with counselors in October, we're meeting with the counselors again tomorrow, at Brim High, and making sure that we are putting together a whole social and emotional plan across our district. We know that we need to cover bases, elementary, intermediate, and high school, and also, Mountain View, RVA, and any alternative independent study programs we have. So we have to make sure that we are covering all the social and emotional needs of our students. That is in the planning, and we have proposed some options which we'll be bringing back to the board for a decision on in the future, but we do have reserved funding for those options. Marketing of inclusive and accepting activities. We really need to get out all of the wonderful things that we do at RIM and all the wonderful programs we do at RIM. I really want to take a video of your music kids, and Mark is gonna, they're sweet. Oh, sorry, there we go. So we do want to market our programs, and especially the programs that are doing extremely well, and they give kids options to really exercise their passions on the things that wake them up in the morning and bring them to school. They may not always like math and science. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I guess we like them, but they may want a CTE or an ROP class or a music class or an elective of their choosing, and that may not resonate with them. So we want to make sure that we market out those programs and attract enrollment, but also keep the focus on the things that we do well. Increased community involvement, businesses, partnerships, and alumni. This was a big one, and we know that our other programs need partnerships. We want to bring different revenue sources into the district. Relying on state and federal revenue is not our only source. We have to kind of hopefully generate our own through some enterprise accounts that we can put in place, but also by creating those business partnerships and harnessing and kind of understanding who our alumni are and what they've done over the past years since they've left. Thank you. Expand student participation in activities. This will again fall into that needs assessment. Every principal is doing to just uncover those barriers why students are not participating in activities, and what are those barriers that we can remove so that we can increase participation. AVID strategies, aligning those AVID practices. We know that we don't have AVID down at the elementary school. We know that AVID in elementary school has another layer of physical component to it. So that's going to take a lot of planning to go through and work with our elementary physical team, and definitely align that up to MPH so that the practices that they have in elementary flow into and support what they're doing in MPH, and then that flows up into Mountain and Rick High. So that would be the goal, to at least start that alignment this year and talk about what needs to happen on the elementary front. Supervision and training for transportation and shepherding. So first of all, supervision, the training for all classified certificates will begin on November 1, and that will move forward. And hopefully, we'll take some suggestions as to how to shore up some of the, safety concerns that were expressed on our transportation or busing system. Review the student handbooks and policies. This is one thing where we really need to look at all of our handbooks and put in some standard operating procedures that are aligned at every single school. And sometimes what happens in districts is that when you have like 3 different elementary schools, we have 3 different ways of doing something. And so if we're not aligned as a K-12 system, then we're not really using our resources wisely. So sometimes when we're doing the same things, we're all structured in the same way, we can get some better fiscal impact on that, but also align the standard operating procedures so everybody knows what to do when. And so we're going to look at all of our handbooks and our board policy. Board policy will be coming to the board, especially with harassment, bullying prevention, and those policies will get updated first, and then the handbooks will be updated second. So that just goes into the strategic planning that we were talking about over 3 years. It's going to be a comprehensive policy review, followed by that needs assessment like you're talking about, and then hopefully by the summer we'll be presenting some of those 3-year plans to the board for approval. And that is it.
I have
should remind the board that these were recommendations made to the board. The recommendations do not necessarily cover every issue or need that relates to equity. There are other items and probably other concerns. These are what came out of our committee. We are planning on continuing the committee, and unless the board changes our positions, Cindy and I will stay as the board representatives.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Well, unless somebody wants me to leave, but there you go.
Well, I'm up for election, so who knows? But unless something changes, the two of us would stay on the committee unless the board wants to move other board members on there, because we've all talked about everyone's need and desire and interest in and concern for the committee. So dates need to be scheduled again for the committee. We need to put some new people on because we've had people like Zach graduate, but he now could stay as an alumni, but we would need a new student or two. So there needs to be just some shifting of the committee. We do want to continue the listening sessions that Dr. White started, but Dr. Fricker will continue those on campuses. And as Dr. Fricker mentioned, that to develop the 3-year plan to include recommendations for the future. And we really should be reevaluating our mission statement that the committee came up with, comparing that, looking at our school-wide, our district-wide mission statement and saying, okay, is there a way we want to blend them? Is there a way we want to redo them? So it's something for us to consider.
When we talk about marketing, the AVID program, I know that little videos have been created by ROWUSD to present at their fundraisers of our different AVID students. And I mean, their stories, you just start to tear up. And I think that AVID is definitely one of our success stories to market out there. I know that some people may have a perception that AVID may be for the dumber kids, but they don't understand the program. And then when parents do understand the program, they're like, I want my kid in that program. Well, there you go. So like the amount of, anywhere from 93 to 100% of the AVID kids are go to a 4-year college. All of them are accepted to 4-year colleges. It's the success rate is amazing. And I know that being on your scholarship council the last several years, Mrs. Erling had made it a priority for those kids to do scholarship applications with the community organizations, and at least for Rose Scholarship Council, every single AVID student that applied got a scholarship. And a lot of those reading the applications, first generation. And I'm like so proud of our AVID kids. So I think we should market that. And then the 4 policies, we get the updated stuff from CSBA, right? And that goes through its process. So we're taking a look at the ones that are currently on the books. Okay, just clarification. Sorry.
Are there now any questions for our report and related to social justice?
So 2, first is, I think it was on the 4th slide talking about the Kelvin data. I know it was brought up in one of our time with trustees asking if we could modify some of the Kelvin questions. And I know there were meetings that were done with that, just thinking that if there are specific questions that we want to field related to our goals here, it may be nice to get baselines and to be able to move from there. And then the second thing that I wanted to mention is that when we did discuss forming this committee, it was mentioned that the rest of the board members would be able to get involved with listening sessions and or talking about rotating the positions. So it would be nice if the other 3, the rest of the 3 of us can get the opportunity to get involved in the learning sessions, listening sessions, or in other ways.
And just be aware, as a committee, we did not do the listening sessions. Those are totally done by Dr. White. And some of that was thinking that by not having administrators from the district involved, students would be able to share maybe more than they might in a different setting. And so right now, Dr. Frick is talking about continuing those listening sessions. So we'll have to see what her thoughts are about other people participating. You know, some of it is we want to make sure that students get the opportunity to share very openly and not be held back in their conversation. But thank you.
I think that's a great point. You have sometimes a perception of authority in this setting affects the level of disclosure, so. Good point.
So, and I would say as far as the information that we got from students from last year's efforts, I did go into Michelle's office to be able to read those reports, but the more distant we are from the data or the actual verbiage, the less informed directly we are. So it'd be nice if all 5 of us could be as informed as possible.
Yes, and I would encourage if the board member hasn't gone in to read those, that you still can. We actually, as a committee, did not, how should I say it? We didn't stay with them very long. We looked at them, we tried to get a feel for them more than let's look at each item, each person's comment and try to detail them out. You want to add anything?
I think that was well said. We reviewed them, and we used that information in forming some of the words that went into the mission statement, but then we turned them in.
Yes.
Georgina, I have a question for you in terms of the Kelvin questions. When you're talking about that, how are you envisioning that conversation? Because I know that Cindy Parker sent Bill and I the Kelvin questions to look at it. Do you look at that as like a workshop study session kind of thing? How are you imagining us revisiting those questions and making them more pertinent to what we wanted to say? It was more on relaying what was shared with us at the OE's time of trustees last year. Was there were some staff who were present who also happened to be parents, and saying that sometimes they would receive questions about their students' experiences, and mentioning, well, I have a student and I each at the high school, middle school, and at the elementary school, so I don't feel I can answer this question with clarity because each of my students are having a different experience. And I believe that Heather did take, and if you want to join the conversation, that would be great.
And also, just so you know, Dana, we actually shared all that with Cindy, shared that with the committee, and that was part of what even came out of one of our recommendations. And so Cindy was reviewing questions based on that information. Cindy Parker, who's actually working on those Kelvin questions, and she's still open to further review of those questions.
After we got that feedback, we went into and we consulted with Kelvin and actually found that when the surveys are administered, it does specifically say what school it is being administered for. We have teachers that are also parents, and they were perplexed by the concern because they said, well, no, when I get the survey, it will say what school it's specifically for. So it is delivered in that way from the feedback that we were able to get. Because we were concerned about that as well. We thought it is a big difference. Your high schooler may respond very differently than your elementary student. So our understanding is that that is how the surveys are administered. One of the things we've also talked about is, having a student perspective related to the questions, because sometimes the questions we adults think are relevant at the time may not be the questions that are relevant to the kids. How to go about doing that has been a challenge. So we launched this year with the same questions just because we have not been able to do that work. I don't know if you recall our PBIS TOSA was back in the classroom last year as a result of our sub shortages. So some of that consultation work that we had hoped to do at the end of the last year was stalled. But I think having a student perspective and a student voice would be really, really helpful. We can change the questions in Kelvin. We can also customize them. So if we have our own questions that we want to ask that are unique to our context, we are able to do that, and Kelvin will work with us to modify them that way.
Heather, can you back up to the first question you were answering? Because the part of the concern also was, if I have students in 2 different schools or even 3 different schools, as a parent, they felt like they could only answer one, and so therefore it wasn't giving them the opportunity to talk about each of their students.
I think they were not reading it correctly, because when it comes out, it says for Lake Arrowhead Elementary. And then at a later time, another one will come out that says for MPH. And so you need to read it to know which school you're answering the questions for at that time.
Yeah, I think the parents were, this particular parent was feeling like there wasn't that option. Maybe this
they did
parent
not read
only
it
saw
thoroughly.
the one questionnaire and thought, well, but this is for all three of them.
Possibly, or they only, who knows, they opened it up one time and then didn't look at other ones or something, but I think that's specified.
I guess then that calls for us just giving further communication to the parents as to look, you're receiving a different one for each student from each school. So maybe that needs to be clarified in the next
I'm
explanation.
seeing a principal shake her head. Why?
As a district employee and as a parent, I get a separate survey as a district employee for my own school where I work. And then
Thanks, maybe.
Sorry,
We're gonna
she's
have
super
management.
right there in front of my face and I'm seeing her shake her head, so I need to know why.
okay, so as a district employee, I get a separate one as an employee for the school I work at. And then as a parent, I get one, but it's for both children. So what it will say is child number 1 question, and it'll say now for child number 2 a question, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. And then sometimes it'll not switch a child and go to the next question. So it would be great with parents such as myself, multiple children in the district, if I did receive a separate survey for each child based on that elementary school or high school or middle school.
Understood. So you're not talking necessarily about different schools, you're talking about per child would be a better option.
Well, I personally don't have children at the same school. So but it is a different experience depending on which child or what your child is experiencing at that school. So I do think that would be beneficial.
Okay.
Which speaks to us possibly maybe doing some sort of a usability study. Kelvin seems like it's been pretty fantastic, but if there's a way that we can make sure that we're getting optimal data. So that people, from previous job experiences that I've had, people don't read. So as if we can make it as simple as possible for folks to be able to give us the most, the real information, it would be a good idea.
And if it's complicated to navigate for people who do read. Yeah. Trust you are. Like there's clearly some user friendliness issues there. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, going back to the makeup of the committee that Dan had brought up, I think we talked about at our last, I believe it was our board retreat at the old district office, about potentially expanding upon the social justice and equity committee with specific focus areas where board members would then be able, other board members would then be able to get involved. Is that still something that the committee is considering?
Well,
I didn't know that was an option, but sure, yeah, I think we can consider that.
the committee didn't hear that recommendation. That was something that we discussed as a board, like you said, Jordan, at the workshop, and frankly, the committee hasn't met since that. So that's really something that needs to now in the next meeting or come back from the board or saying, well, here's what we might like you to do, or
I think that the next time you meet, letting them know that the board had discussion about subcommittees or sub-focuses and seeing if the committee's interested in that and let them know that board members would be willing to do those subcommittees.
I believe that was the recommended next steps that came out of the board retreat, was that the committee would then evaluate and figure out. At that time, we didn't have our recommendations from Dr. White or the committee as a whole. And it was, let's wait until we have those recommendations and understand where the needs and focus areas could or should be before we move forward with just creating subcommittees that feel like might, but not based on the data.
Well, actually, We did have recommendations. The thing is, the board has never taken action on the recommendations. So Dr. Fricker, even and staff, has started operating based on those recommendations, but we as a board have never responded to them. If you remember, we had them there and we said, look, we don't, I think the board said you didn't have everything. So then we gave you more documentation so that you had all 14 recommendations and the background information that Cindy and I had. And we've never gone back and actually taken any action.
We did actually, after having all of those details of the full recommendation, this was, I think, a few board meetings ago, we came to the conclusion that a lot of these recommendations are far too vague for the board to take action on, and frankly, some of them weren't within the board's jurisdiction. These are things that should happen at the administrative level, so that was the action that we had provided direction on this. Get more specific of what we can and can't take action on, and get more concrete recommendations that we as a board can take action on.
I think, again, the other part of that was, which is what Dr. Fricker and I have been doing, is send it back to the superintendent. You, Bill, and the superintendent should go over these items. So that's why we come with what we've done today.
And continue on with that, and I'm looking at this presentation here, and optimally what's happening is the district is moving ahead with addressing the various concerns. So it really doesn't have to be, we set the direction. And the Social Justice and Equity Committee through Dr. White really got some valuable and actionable information. It's more moving forward. When we did form the committee, it was, hey, yes, Bill, Cindy, go for it, but the rest of us do want to get involved. And so being reported back to is fantastic, but from back then, there was the desire for us to be able to do some heavy lifting if there's opportunity to, and just wanting to revisit that.
Well, I think we can keep working on that, but you could also replace Cindy and I and put two other board members on there as another option too, just so that, because I think it's a little challenging. We're trying to make sure that we're having this diverse group of people be able to work together. So I'm even right now thinking, okay, now how we got to get them all back together again, get it established, get the student to figure, because we did kind of an application process even for that. So I'm not saying, no, you can't be involved. I'm saying, okay, we've got work to do to make that happen.
Yeah, I think it's just a process and being patient and knowing, you know, we're not gonna get subcommittees identified by next board meeting, like that's just not
No,
realistic.
it's not good.
Yeah, no worries, but at least we know the direction we're all willing to go in and happy to go in.
And we don't even revisit committee assignments until our organizational meeting, so we do have a few months. December after the election.
Election, okay.
Well, November happens, and then whatever the outcomes of that, that's when we have our organizational meeting in December. So we have some time to think about that, you know, thinking, making decisions. I don't know if that was closing or not.
No, I don't think it was.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
12.0 discussion and action calendar. 12.1 superintendent first reading / discussion on the revised board policy 5141.21 administering medication and monitoring health conditions. The revisions were provided by the California School Boards Association, CSBA. Fiscal impact none. Motion.
So moved.
Cindy, a second?
Second.
Anna, any discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.2 personnel services, approval of the personnel page, fiscal impact to be determined from various accounts. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Bill, seconded. Dana, any discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.3 personnel services, approval of the contract for the newly appointed associate superintendent, personnel and people services. This is a contract I do not think that this one happens.
There's no new fiscal impact, it's already budgeted in.
Thank you. For the vote, or I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion from
So moved.
seconded. Deanna, and any discussion?
Yes, well, I'd like Dr. Fricker, if you wouldn't mind, explain how's Shannon gonna handle all this?
He's superhuman, no.
Oh, congratulations.
So the assistant superintendent of pupil and personnel services is really 50% human resources, 50% pupil services in our district. Sometimes there's singular positions here we provide them. His former position was director of special services. He would be carrying the oversight of special ed along with him on the pupil services side. Again, we would try to that TOSA position we did not hire back for at the beginning of the year. We're hoping to slide in on the special education side. That's typical in some districts, like the program specialists. They're really teachers who act like TOSA. They just have a specialized name in special services. So that TOSA would slide over, provide the support, day-to-day IEPs, coordinating with principals, that sort of thing to support special education. So he could go up and do the assistant superintendent of pupil and personnel services.
So he would oversee that TOSA would be qualified in special education.
We have to hire that person. We would have to backfill and hire anyways. We're just hiring within a position we already have budgeted for.
Okay, so then in some ways we have two people working in special ed versus.
Yes, so he would be overseeing special ed. He's already made tremendous inroads, connections to staff. He understands a good portion of the special education department. In his time here, we would continue to oversee that. A special education TOSA would come in, obviously from within the ranks of special education, being a teacher or a psychologist of some sort, in special education to fill that position.
And you're able to do that now, right? We don't have to take any action to make that happen, right? Because otherwise we'd want it to be a part. I'd want it to be a part of this decision to make sure that.
There's already a position we have. It is already a position. It's not an additional person in that rank and file. It's already a budgeted position. So we can then go ahead and make a decision to hire. It already exists.
And just so I explain, I'm really concerned about special education and making sure that we're taking care of the special ed needs. We had a lot of different challenges over the years with special education. So it was really a relief when we hired Shannon in that position. So I don't want us to go backwards.
No, we don't want it either. I think we made great traction actually forward, but we do have a lot of work to go to provide that inclusive environment that we want to get to. So we would oversee special ed still, but we would have someone doing the day-to-day and working in conjunction.
At the start of the school year, we had received specific tangible goals for the department for special ed. None of those would change based on this change, right?
No, none of them would change.
And just for clarity, this is an assistant superintendent position, not associate.
So hire was an associate rank. We have to approve it this way first, because that's what our job title currently says. The amendment at the end of the agenda will switch it from associate down to assistant.
Thank you for the clarification.
And just clarify one more time, where does that put us in our ratios of administration?
So, I don't know the exact ratio number, to be honest. I don't have that prepared. We can bring it back. So we would be -1 where we were at the start of the school year.
That's good.
Yes. But we can get you the exact ratio at the end of the year to now, but we are down -1.
And that TOSA position basically would be doing the work of an administrator. Not doing the work, but under the assistant superintendent position, but they would not have administrative status.
They would not have administrative status. They would still be doing it. So because it would be coming from the ranks of special ed, most likely teacher or psychologist, they would be able to do assessments They would be able to work with students, they would be able to sit in IEP, they would be able to, help develop behavior, things of that nature. So they will be functioning much like a teacher. They would be an administrator, and they would be classified as an administrator because they will be working with students. They don't have a caseload, so they will be working with the special ed student population.
So do you foresee the position basically being 50-50, or how much primarily in personnel and with oversight of special services?
Yes, so you would be primarily in special human resources and personnel, and you would have definite oversight over the special education department. So guidance, direction, developing a 3-year plan, they would do that in conjunction. That would come from his office. The 3-year plan would come from his office. Any other questions?
Any further discussion? Calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.4 personnel supervisor. Sorry. 12. It's getting late. I'm just moving through this. 12.4 personnel services, approval of the director of public affairs job description. Fiscal impact approximately 122,000 to 139,000. Yeah, for personnel and ESSER 3 funds. May I get a motion? Jordan
Second.
and Bill, discussion. Go ahead. I imagine we're going to be asking.
Yes, I studied there.
There's actually, the job description showed us being a 261-day contract. And I'm wondering whether it should be a 246-day contract.
261 minus holidays.
Oh. But it's in the, for the assistant superintendent position, it was listed as 246. So I'm just like, yeah, so it's like, is it a matter of just,
So it's a difference between classified person and a certificated person. So the assistant superintendent contract is a certificated individual, so you count up, and if you are a classified person, you count back, right? Yeah. And we're the opposite, yeah. Okay, it's labor law, yeah.
Okay.
So it's the same amount. It ends up being the same amount.
Same, it just goes this way.
So, and I'll just add on, so this individual will be, working on not only public relations, taking out some of the COVID duties that are left over from our walk away from AMLLC contract, making sure that we're marketing across the district, marketing those programs, building security partnerships, community relationships with higher education, that before after school program, starting those, if it was a preschool or enterprise fund, anything that's going to bring additional money into the district, that would be in this job rank and classification. This position, we would work within our own means. We would add a position if we didn't have to. If we did, it could come out of that ESSER allotment of funds, like we had mentioned before when we talked about ESSER.
so a couple things. One is, I remember talking with you probably 3 months ago, in terms of difficulties staff have in scheduling field trips and trying to be able to do things outside of, normal operating procedure. And I remember us discussing the possibility that this position could also help with streamlining the process for teachers and making it less punitive. Is that still possibly part of what would be happening?
So definitely in working with some of our organizations like booster clubs or foundations, streamlining those handbooks, those standard operating procedures that would all come across in that communications marketing profile. Definitely that is an area of interest, creating videos, any type of program that we could commit to as a district, I think would be better, especially if we're trying to increase enrollment. And throw acknowledgement for what we do up here, marketing our CCEROP programs, going to CSBA and then, making a presentation with the board member and myself and, maybe Stephanie. Those would all be great ideas. that we could use a position for. But more importantly, we are really serious about going for a bond at any point in time, whether that be 2024 or beyond, that we're gonna have to have someone kind of lead, champion, schedule, and coordinate that whole movement forward. So that's an entity all of itself. And that marketing sees it definitely fall into this puzzle as well.
And then the second part, I don't think it's embedded in here is, in a way, from what I understand, this position could be self-funding or beyond in terms of there's money that we haven't been recouping historically that this position will be recouping from Medi-Cal and or Medicare to be able to, in some ways, be self-funding. Is that correct?
The goal will always be to work within our own and kind of bring enough revenue in to not only cover your costs as an employee, but actually, you know, be cost beneficial to the business as a whole. So enterprise accounts are those areas where we can recoup funds or even apply a fee or a charge, and we can get dollars into the district in addition to the state federal dollars again. And so all of those types of ideas fall into this position, whether it be a preschool, you can charge to be a preschool or it's a reimbursement from the state. There are things that we can do and think about putting in order to get those funds coming in. The medical house is small building, small and elevated building is one of those areas that you're mentioning that we can recoup additional funds. Things we're already doing is the build back system to get more dollars back into the district.
I know that a lot of districts, many districts, have PIOs, public information officers, we wouldn't be going that route. I think one, from a cost perspective, but two, to just get us introduced to this world where we've never really had somebody that is, in charge of just communicating with the community. So this would be our kind of introductory step, and is that a good understanding?
It is, but they're wearing, like anyone else, we're wearing multiple hats. That definitely is a component part, and I think, in looking at some of the things that we have, where we produce forms we use, different procedures that we do have, our handbook that we do have, aligning that all with letterhead and making that very professional, facing forward to our community, and I think that's a good first step. They would be in charge of a majority of communications, obviously they will have some district in terms of those marketing templates and billboards, or if you want to recruit staff, just making sure that you're setting out those publications to try to attract staff in.
Celebrating the wins, such as grants that we all apply for. I know there are teachers that go out for individual grants and get them. Would this be something, grants or grant application be something that would be assisted or facilitated by this role so that they're aware of the grants that we are receiving and therefore able to celebrate them, possibly bringing more recognition to the district and increasing our likelihood of getting, grants in the future as well?
We did think about grants within this position. Sometimes you have to have area expertise, for example, like facility grants or transportation grants that the person may not have expertise in. So obviously we have to be in conjunction with whoever you're writing that grant with, but definitely an assistive factor to that. The other thing that we talked about haven't really landed on, just because I need more time with the council to see who took on what roles, is even student scholarship. That's like that's a forward-facing public affair type activity. I don't know exactly where it is or has landed. I've heard that it needs some care.
It hasn't. It's still flying in the air.
Is it Stephanie? Did you do that too?
No, she did nothing ever to do with that. She helped find stuff that there's nobody.
There's nobody. It's flying.
So that was another area, because that is forward facing for our community. And with the consolidation that we had, last year, that didn't go anywhere. So there's a couple other pieces in that consolidation, in talking with the counselors, that didn't go anywhere. And so we had to figure that out as to where it goes, and then put it in, but that has been discussed in relation to this position.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling for a vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.5, good. 12.5. 12.5, business services, approval to review and revise the remaining funds of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARP, ESSER 3, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Expenditure Plan, and set direction for the use of other COVID-19 one-time funds. Fiscal impact to be determined, restricted general fund, and various accounts. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Cindy,
Seconded.
second, Jordan. Any discussion?
I'm third. This microphone got stuck.
Seeing none, calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh,
Sorry, I thought we were, I thought we just opened it up for discussion.
we did, but nobody was talking.
Oh, sorry.
moved
about
too
that.
fast.
I missed it. I did have one question or concern, on that facilities update. Let me find it there. I think we had specifically around the, one we've been talking about a lot tonight, and that's the band, music repairs and replacements of 150,000. And we do have some other funds there. I'm just curious if it would not be wise, since we're here and amending at this point in time, to maybe increase that so that not only replaces existing instruments, but provides some continual investment into the program over the next, while the funds exist for us. For example, the sound insulation boards that are in the high school of Bangor, and I found out are original. So they're probably from the 70s. Probably could use replacement. I think there's probably, just one example. I feel like there's probably further investments that might be worthwhile to make at this time, just because we have some uncommitted funds, and like I said, we're revising right now.
Which one specifically are you talking about?
So this would be ESSER resource 3213. That has the subtotal remaining funds of 853, looks like.
One of my concerns with it, and it might not be a valid concern with doing that, is that I would want Jim or the music people, whoever is involved with that, to give us a proposal for what ongoing funds would be required. Like us just throwing out a number because it sounds fun right now doesn't seem like anything I'm comfortable doing.
I only bring it up because I think the quotes could change. We heard from a community member here that has access to maybe possibly cheaper instrument discounts. But the quote to replace all instruments that are in need of replacement would be about 180,000 or so. So this 150 wouldn't even get that full replacement. And I just think it would be wise to not only replace the instruments, but
Keep a maintenance plan. I don't disagree. I absolutely do not disagree with you. It's just, I would have no idea what that amount would look like, and I don't think anybody's prepared to tell us that right now.
To add to the conversation, I am 1000% in support of us getting our music program back on track. Our teachers have been working their funds off trying to do what they can without having the funding. But we also have other programs that if we allocate the money to music, we may not have the money available for these other programs that haven't, that our 3-year plan has not brought to light yet. So I could see us later revisiting these numbers potentially and revising up, definitely not revising down. It'd be harder to go to say 180 and revise down. So I'd be hesitant to wish to add more money without knowing if we choose to spend it here, what are we not choosing to spend it on or choosing to not spend it on?
that's a really good point and question. I might even consider a nominal investment, even a couple of grand per year added on could go a long way towards augmenting their existing site budgets they have annually.
That, are you saying beyond the lifespan of ESSER? That would be a different conversation.
No, I mean specifically the use of these ESSER funds to augment.
For the next 2 years.
Correct, yeah.
I hope we don't need a whole lot of maintenance on new instruments in 2 years, but maybe I'm wrong. That's the problem with this funding source, is that we would have to use the money in 2 years.
Exactly, that's why I propose since we have the funding now to make that investment over the next 2 years, even if it's a small amount that could go towards not just instruments or instrument repairs, but curriculum or, new purchases for, music or, potential other opportunities to collaborate with other districts or travel, things like that, that would go towards, like I said, an investment into the program, not a replacement of existing instruments to get us where we should be. Showing further commitment.
I guess I would want, before I vote to change, I would want, unlike Natalie, I would need to see some kind of proposal in terms of what specifically this looks like. And any additional resources, because I also agree with Jordana, there's many needs elsewhere. And I also agree with Dr. Fricker that we have no idea what will come up in the next 2 years that need immediate attention. And so I would rather revisit, reallocate based upon a plan and actual quotes and figures of what it is we're talking about.
And just for my own clarification, it's like if ESSER funds, if you determine that ESSER funds want to be utilized for a maintenance plan for music, it is 2 years, but just let's say hypothetically that was it. You could put that on the board, on the agenda of the next board meeting, because we have to have them come to, the use of ESSER funds have to come to us anyways. So whatever it's determined to be done with it will come to us again.
We would have to bring the remaining amount of the ESSER funds back to the board to approve it regardless. And code on that is actually very, very vague after the initial plan. After the initial plan, if you read the CDE's website, it's the review of these expenditures, it doesn't necessarily say the word like or approve, but it's a best practice too. So, for transparency and for, that we're not going in a direction that we don't know where we're going. So, but we can definitely, we would want to err on the side of bringing something like that back to you, especially if it's, with the ESSER 3, it really would become part of a facility repair. If it was something like that, anything over 5,000 needs state approval anyway. So that I have to break the capital expenditure, anything over 5,000.
So I guess what I'm kind of a little bit with Jordan, because it says that we saw remaining 853,000. What kind of design have we already put that we're thinking about for those funds?
I think the point is that they haven't, because we don't know what's gonna come out of this 3-year assessment. I guess to address Natalie and Cindy's points of, feeling uncomfortable about committing arbitrary amounts tonight. I feel like 150,000, I'm grateful that it's in here and part of this plan is made in the support. Where did that number come from? It didn't come from quotes, because the quote was 184,000 or something. So
it sort of did come from, in the initial meeting, it was about 70,000 for the high school. And I also asked, what would that number be, or how would it be? I don't even know what's broken at the intermediate or the elementary. So he's looking for that as well. And in doing that, doubling 70,000, which was originally what was proposed to me, would be 140. And so that's how we got to 150. Then the quote came in, or whatever else they looked into, it was 180. So for me, that was a pretty good ballpark to get them back up and running and functional. And then we needed to figure out what was remaining. After we allocated and reallocated, and took out the contracts that we were walking away from, or the things we were no longer needing to spend money on from ESSER, what then was the remaining amount? And so of that remaining amount, we only have 2 years to really, we can go back and revisit any one of those items. So understanding, let's get them up to speed, let's get them functional so that no one has this. And she said that they had to share instruments. That's where I'm like, so we have to figure this out. You can't be sharing instruments that
Right, that was the conversation. So anyway, so that's where we got to, okay, I thought ballpark it was 70, well, she told me it was like 70 for the high school. I figured it probably would be the same, double that for satisfying the other two elements. And then, rounding that up to 150 would get them in the ballpark functional.
I really appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
But then we got the other four after.
And do we need to have anything else before we take a vote?
It's comforting to know that we can revisit. I would like to revisit at some point. Doesn't have to be next month, but I think it would be. I'll bring it up, I guess, under proposed agenda.
Right. And I agree. I would like to bring it back too, but I want to hear more specifics. The quote came at 180. What else do we need? And I would like to hit a harder target, so to speak, because we only have two years and this is it, this pot of money. So I would like to have a hard target.
As such, calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Madam President, please get order in the room.
12.6, business service approval of desktop refresh for school sites and departments within the district. Fiscal impact $101,227.30. Unrestricted proceeds from the sale of the district office property or unrestricted general funds. So moved. Cindy?
Second,
Bill? Any discussion?
just one quick comment. Mark, we can't all vote at the same time because of the way the microphones are working. So we're getting X'd out. So just, it's none of these votes have been unanimous, just saying.
Not true. I can hear you all quite fine. And if there was a no, you could have chimed in with your no. But Mark would work on that for us next time.
I did want to say I appreciate Mark's response. I had questions about the purchase of desktop computers versus leasing, like we do with our laptops, and given the longevity of desktop computers and the more future-proof they are than laptops, makes sense to make a purchase with one-time loans since we have them.
Yep.
Seeing no further discussion, calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.7, business services, approval of the RIM Educational Foundation's partnership with schools 2022-2023 grant award and MOU. Fiscal impact $14,944.57 of the donation. So moved. Cindy?
Seconded.
Jordan? Any discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.8, business services approval of the MOU between the Red Cross and the Rim of the World Unified School District. Fiscal impact to be determined for various accounts. Any motion? So moved. Cindy?
Second,
Bill? Any discussion? Calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 13.0 consent calendar, items pulled for separate vote and discussion to be taken into consideration during agenda item 15.0.
Madam President, I'd like to pull all 18 items.
I make you. Okay, not perfect.
Sorry.
13-15, please.
Okay. 13, 15 is pulled.
So I need a motion for 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7, 13.8, 13.9, 13.10, 13.11, 13.12, 13.13, 13.14, 13.16, 13.17, 13.18.
So moved.
Second.
Bill and Cindy, any discussion? Calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And I'm going to read 13.5, special services. I'm sorry, 13.15, special services with independent contractor, ABA, applied behavior analyst, Counselor Tracy Taylor for the 2022-2023 school year. Fiscal impact restricted general fund, special education not to exceed $120,000.
So moved. Seconded.
We would like you to discuss this with us. Did you have a specific question or just in general, what is this contract? Why are we utilizing it?
Wow, she knows.
Why did we do the contract?
Yes.
Contracts carry over from last year from a due process hearing that was ruling that we would have an ABA person contracted within our district or hired within our district to serve several special needs students. And with that being said, we were going with Solent, I believe, from last year. However, I wanted to look at somebody who's local, who knew our students already. So we went with Ms. Taylor with that because she already had quite a history with our students previously in her practice. And so we agreed upon a contract for the remaining of this year, which she supports our special education teachers and our psychologists with doing FBAs, functional behavior analysis, and BFPs, behavior improvement plans, which takes a lot of data to collect and which relieves a large caseload and workload, I should say, from our special education teachers and psychologists.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Besides, perfect. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Shannon.
Calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 15.0, governance team future agenda items and planning. 15.1, time allotted for the board of trustees to request agenda items for future meetings. I would like us to have further discussion about the district, the what? North. Whatever we need on as an agenda item to approve it or disapprove it, depending on what the board votes. Go ahead.
I would like to have an agenda item for us to discuss with the board going for a bond.
I don't have something to add. I would like to, based upon Dr. Fricker's proposal that we have school presentations from all the schools, I think that we should wait until after all the data actually comes to us, including the California dashboard, which probably isn't going to happen until December. So I'm proposing that we move the Mountain High School and Rim High School data presentations till after the holiday, so that we're getting all the schools, but it's after all the scores, all the dashboard, everything is released, and it can be comprehensive reports from the schools. I also think it's unfair for the two new principals to just be thrown into it and hurry up. I've only been here for 4 weeks, but I have to have a comprehensive data report given to the board. It's a little bit unfair. So I would just like to, based on that new idea, which I think is brilliant, and the suggestion from Dana that it's instructional based, that kind of stuff, that we wait till after the holiday season to schedule these. And we can look at our planning them in our governance calendar discussion in December.
And to add to that, possibly looking at us having a rotating board meeting location so that where we used to have them at the different school sites. Possibly, I know we have this beautiful facility here. I love it. But it may be nice to have a meeting in Running Springs so the community would be able to find it easier to come, and that way those students could also possibly participate.
Principal.
And so on.
Right, you're right. I enjoyed going to each facility and having the principals present while we were there, but this is such a nice.
Hey, we should be able to do it at Mountain High as well. I don't think we ever did do it at Mountain High.
Space.
No, I don't know how we do that. Or not. Yeah.
Right.
I'd also like to revisit potential investments in our music programs. However, pending the outcome of the November election, because there might be some funding that gets guaranteed on an ongoing basis based on that outcome.
I think I would like to enlarge that and that, yes, I would say bring back the unallocated ESSER.
Not just for music, but in general.
But for the whole, because of needs change and based on the assessments and 3-year plans that are being developed, we may need to see that and revisit the total 30,000 foot view.
Great idea.
Yes, I'd like to make sure that we're doing interventions. It's there, but it's not 50%. So I think interventions need to be a significant priority. That includes whether it's summer school interventions, math interventions, reading interventions. I really want to see that that's somehow looked at.
So Bill, are you asking for us to have an agenda item focusing on interventions?
Yes.
Noted. We ready? 6.
I was just thinking timing, that I think that we can, when we set the governance calendar, just because then further discussions on summer school will have happened, further discussions on getting a good handle on that awesome room high school and the master schedule, things like that have been really have had time to be dealt with, and we can really look at where do interventions take place and how and all of that. So I think that we can talk about that at the governance calendar too, is where do we fit that makes sense.
And obviously I want to hear from Dr. Fricker and Heather where that it's in their schedules too. Thanks.
That's why I'm saying governance calendar.
A quick question just on that. I know that revisiting our governance calendars on our governance calendars, is it in December or January? Does anyone know out there?
No, December. I don't think they have. It should be December.
Okay, thanks.
Unless the election is late and our board meeting is early at the beginning of the year, but I think it falls in line to have it in December.
Okay,
For us.
yeah.
16.0 future meeting dates, Room of the World board meeting, regular board meeting, November 17th, 2022 at 4:00 p.m. Room of the World Unified School Districts 24740 San Marcos Way, Crestline, California 92325. Regular board meeting December 15th, 2022 at 4:00 p.m. Room of the World Unified School District 24740 San Marcos Way, Crestline, California 92325. And we do need to recess to close session, but we also need to vote to extend our board. We have till 10:30. We have to be done by 10:30 or we will have to take a vote to extend. So we are are we going back to closed session? The board at 17.0 recess to closed session. The Board of Trustees are hereby recessed to closed session at 9:49.